never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That is my cue. Get things underway on a Monday. There, close out the weekend. Man, where did that weekend go? Yeah, time goes swiftly. So we'll be looking at the calendar here. We're looking at July the 19th. 19th day of July. Next thing you know, we'll be talking rolling into the month of August. Hope you had a good weekend. Actually, finally had a weekend with some beautiful weather here in the Ohio Valley. Yeah, a little bit of rain to start things off, but then things settled down. And unlike the forecast this time a week ago, where literally every day was showers and thunderstorms in the forecast, got a pretty nice week coming up. Temperatures middle 80s, a lot of sunshine. That's what forecasters are telling us. Kind of like a disco atmosphere. I don't know what they're doing. It's about 10 minutes till we started the show, and the lights. I didn't touch a remote or anything. I have to see if I can fix that. You like that purple, green, yellow, red, just all going crazy. All right. Meanwhile, traveler's weather as we look around the country. It's in the southeast, or maybe you should say the southern tier of the country, really, because we've got showers and some pockets of heavy rain in the southwest, in the south central, and lots of rain in the southeastern portions of the country. I am not seeing anything as far as severe weather in the mix. We are seeing some pockets of rain heavy enough to prompt some flash flood warnings. Parts of south central Tennessee, north central Alabama, some flood watches in place over into parts of the Carolinas. But yes, some heavy rains from about Charlotte to Greensboro there in North Carolina tonight. Have some fairly heavy rain just to the east of Columbia, South Carolina. Heavy rain's going to be moving into Augusta, Georgia. Areas on up through much of eastern Georgia, western South Carolina. Just got a mishmash of scattered showers and thunderstorms. North central Georgia, southeast Tennessee. Get back into western Tennessee, say from about Florence, Alabama, all the way up into Jackson, Tennessee. A zone there with some heavy showers, thunderstorms, a lot of lightning in the mix. Spotty showers back into portions of Arkansas, not nearly as widespread as we see over in Tennessee, but you get just anywhere from just east of Fort Smith over toward Little Rock. You'll run into occasional showers and thunderstorms. Then more heavier rains, south central portions of Oklahoma, over toward the Texas Panhandle region. A lot of rain from, say, just to the east of Lubbock, Texas, over to Vernon, Texas, on up into Altus, Oklahoma. Like I said, the southern tier of the country where we're seeing a lot of rain. Back into New Mexico, western portions of New Mexico, lighter rain, not heavy stuff. Yeah, get down toward Tucson. There are some pockets of pretty heavy rain there. Looking on up to Kingman, Arizona. You've got some heavy rains falling in that region tonight as well. As many of our friends in the northeastern USA, of course, last week you saw round after round of soaking rains. The threat for those drenching downpours are going to shift further to the southeast, which they've done, as well as the southern plains. That's going to be the active zone this week. Several locations across the south have already picked up their fair share of rain since back in the 1st of June. In New Orleans, over 18 inches of rain, well above the normal. More rain on the horizon. Many cities in the south could remain on alert for that continued threat of localized flash flooding issues. Daily, widespread shower and thunderstorm activity is going to set up across the lower Mississippi Valley into the southeast, probably through at least the middle of this week. These storms will be drenching at times. Plenty of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico to work with, local flash flooding concerns. If we got a frontal boundary or a stationary front extending from Oklahoma to the Carolinas, pretty much that zone where I just shared, where you're going to see areas of showers and thunderstorms. And this is going to continue kind of on a daily basis. A surge of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. That frontal boundary is going to remain draped through that region at least through the middle, maybe even the latter portions of this week. So coupled with a stubborn high-pressure system that's going to be baking the Rockies and the high plains for the coming week, this is going to cause a pause in the normal west to east progression of storms. Potent areas of high pressure, such as this, can really act like a roadblock in the atmosphere. So you end up with this seemingly never-ending stormy pattern there in the south. Storms that erupt across the southern states this week are going to be slow-moving in nature, flooding and persistent downpours over the south, central, and southeastern USA. We're going to be adding up the rainfall. 3 to 6 inches of rain will be fairly widespread. Some areas may pick up a full foot of rainfall between now and Thursday, Monday and Thursday. Forecasters warn that when these heavy downpours persist over the same area, flooding in farm fields could lead to some crop damage, ponding of water on the roadways. Of course, you're not supposed to attempt to drive through flooded areas on roadways because cars can be swept away by floodwaters. Anyone planning on traveling this week, especially between like Interstate 10, Interstate 20, use caution, pay attention. Areas south of I-20 have really been in the bullseye for above average rainfall since the start of summer. From Houston to Atlanta, from Memphis to Little Rock, all areas that are waterlogged right now. Portions of the South that have largely been saturated for much of the year. We've seen anywhere from 75 to 200% of normal rainfall. Given this higher threat for drenching thunderstorms this coming week, the risk for local flash flooding will be elevated, especially along that I-10 corridor. While these storms will bring the threat for flash flooding through much of the week to the south, be on alert for some locally severe thunderstorms to erupt, as these storms are going to be very slow-moving in nature. The threat for damaging winds is going to be relatively low, but with any thunderstorm, there's a chance for an isolated gusty winds or even some small hail. So this pattern in the south not really going to break anytime soon, and by the end of the week, any heavy rain over the saturated ground from Texas to Georgia could lead to some rather significant flooding. That's the word from forecasters as we get the new week underway. All right, what else are we looking at here? Let's take a look out after flooding rain in the southwestern portions of the country. The monsoon moisture we were talking about last week. Looks like some of these storms are going to be headed for the northwestern reaches of the country through early this week, bringing dangerous lightning strikes that could spark wildfires, and they've already got plenty of wildfires that they're contending with in the Northwest. The winds are going to increase across Washington and Oregon as that monsoon-powered storm approaches. That moisture gets drawn northward across areas east of the Cascades in Washington and Idaho, even northwest Montana into early portions of this week. So while that may sound like good news to help fight the numerous wildfires and the record-challenging heat, maybe dispersing some of the smoky air, now, of course, there will be the negative consequences. The uptick in shower and thunderstorm activity may actually cause more harm than good. Not as much moisture is going to make it into the Northwest as what we saw in the Southwest, where we actually had flooding in places like Phoenix last week. And the position of the high pressure is going to limit any rainfall across much of the area. Any small changes in the high pressure location will make the difference in how far west or east that moisture is able to move. And with wildfires already raging in the west, including the bootleg fire there in Oregon, thunderstorms are forecast to have the potential to spark more fires in areas that haven't had any rainfall. We could be talking about cloud-to-ground lightning, igniting fires, the combination of the dry fuels, the low relative humidity, the breezy conditions, greatly increases the risk for dry lightning. That's when you get thunderstorms producing very little, if any, rain due to how dry the air is near the surface, causing the precipitation to actually evaporate before it reaches the ground. Lightning strikes were responsible for more than 70% of the areas that burned from 1992 to 2015. Most of the wildfires out west are caused by nature. There have already been 34,000 plus wildfires in the U.S. so far this year, burning over 2 million acres. So we're ahead of last year. Dry lightning, notorious for sparking new blazes, especially when the ground is dry. And that's what we've got right now across the Northwest. Cities in the area that may be impacted: Reno, Nevada, Twin Falls and Boise, Idaho, Bozeman, Missoula, Helena, Montana. Several popular outdoor activity and tourist locations will be under risk as well, including Yellowstone National Park and Boise National Forest. Lightning will pose a risk to those outdoors as well. Anybody that's going to be camping, participating in outdoor activities, need to remain aware of the forecast. Keep your emergency supply kit in the car or on your person in the event of an evacuation. Forecasters want to emphasize the common misconception that lightning can only occur when it rains is quite false. Lightning can occur without any precipitation involved and can even strike outside the origins of a thunderstorm. If you're enjoying campfires or grilling, make sure to extinguish any fires when you're finished. Never leave them unattended. Officials ask residents and visitors to heed all the fire restrictions. Right now, they've got stage 1 fire restrictions in effect in Glacier National Park. By way of a silver lining, though, the monsoon could bring a bit of heat relief to areas out west that have been suffering with record-challenging heat. Now, there's an area of low pressure that's going to shift south from the Gulf of Alaska along the west coast of Canada. That could help lower the temperatures, especially along the coastal areas there. But just ahead of that moisture surge, Billings, Montana, you're looking at an anticipated high temperature of 104 degrees today, Monday. Yeah, just 1 degree shy of tying the record in 1960. After that, temperatures are going to fall into the 90s, gradually decreasing throughout the week. Now, while still above average, these temperatures can feel like quite the relief after dealing with those triple-digit highs. What you're really going to notice is the overnight temperatures are going to fall back into the 60s throughout this week. So finally, when the sun goes down, a chance to cool things off, maybe open the windows, get some fresh air in. There you go. Look at some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway for a brand new week. Let's flip over and see who all's checking in to start the new week here. Toby checks in from Texas. Morning, Toby. Captain Ron checking in. His favorite day of the week. Yeah, Monday. Let's get rolling. Hello to Kyle with us this morning. Dave checking in. Steve, I'll catch you in the morning on YouTube. So you're going to get some beauty rest tonight, huh? There's another Dave. Good evening from the Deer State. One more win, and we got it. Okay. Something in the world of sports. Bill says, here's to the start of a new week. Scott checking in from Steubenville, Ohio. James says, we can't seem to break this soggy pattern here in the Atlanta area. And you've got some rains east of Atlanta this morning. Richard checking in from Central Florida. We're at 77 degrees at this hour. Happy Monday to Steve and all our listening friends. Patricia joining in. Fuzzy, good morning. Good Monday morning to you, Steve. Hoping for a dry week. Staying in the tri-state this week. Yeah, our forecast actually looks pretty good. Rain chances, yeah, pretty low all week long. I think, Wednesday looked like, of all the days, best chance of maybe a pop-up shower. But, for the first time in quite some time, I'm actually seeing forecast days with nothing but sunshine. Maybe a chance to get out by the pool this week. Hello to Jay. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Cloudy 73 in Nashville at this hour. Everybody truck safe out there. Larry's with us. Morning from Southern Virginia. Have a good week, everybody. Kevin checking in from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Jim checking in. Heavy rain earlier tonight in Chattanooga. Had ponding on some of the roadways there. What's up with the lights? LOL. Yes, Timothy, I'm going to see if I can adjust that when we get into our break here. Like I said, they just randomly started doing this. They have remote controls, but the remote for that lower lights hasn't been working. I guess it needs a new battery or something, but Steve, the Michigan Madman, what a weekend. Love the show, but I got my best Foster Brooks going on. I can't call in. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your weekend, Michigan Man. Miss Millie, morning, Steve. Haven't checked in for a while, but I've been watching. Take care, everybody out there. Have a great, safe day. Buckeye Boy checking in from McMinnville, Tennessee. 68 degrees, like 94% humidity. Are you kidding? Had lots of rain around the area. Heard Nashville got a bunch of rain today. We only had some sprinkles here. But I'm doing a pickup tomorrow here, delivering direct to Tucker, Georgia. Then headed on to Kennesaw to pick up one going to Lawrence, Maine for Thursday. Not going to leave until Tuesday so I can sleep in my own bed. Spend some time with Mrs. Buckeye Boy, who had a severe bout with sciatica over the weekend. That ain't no fun. Yeah, very painful for her. Luckily, her son, who lives close, and our neighbor were able to help her out. Yeah, very tough being on the road, away from loved ones when they're dealing with issues, especially suffering and pain. Steve, most of your listeners know this all too well. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, best luck to Mrs. Buckeye Boy. Hope you feel better soon. Okay, underway here on a Monday. We'll get some of the industry headlines, what all transpired over the weekend. We can start the new week. I think Roy sent me several DA of the Week nominees right out of the box here. At least these guys are trying to fit in for a nomination. Lots to cover. And, of course, around the country, as we get things started, as always, you can dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. Lights are back in order. There's one thing you can always do. That's like unplug and replug. Like a reset, right? That appears to have done the trick. All right, I just pulled up my email, and there's old friend Possum Breath. Just wanted to say hello to everybody in Radio Land and update everyone on my situation. I was able to sell both my properties. The West Coast property closed Friday, and my daughter and son-in-law were able to purchase the Hamilton property. I will be looking for permanent housing this week. Moose and I were supposed to take the toys to a car show this past weekend, but the weather did not cooperate. Yeah, we did have some fun Saturday. The Moose has a nephew that he practically raised as one of his own that turned 16 yesterday. He was working hard to get his driver's license. and his mother was going to hand down an old Honda Civic to him. Well, as you can imagine, this didn't sit well with our big old buddy. His exact words were, "How in the hell is that kid supposed to land a top-shelf girl with a worn-out Japanese go-kart?" So after a little online digging, he said, "Come on, let's go." We saddled up the bus and the car trailer, and I knew we were going after a car, but when we arrived at the place, I damn near fell over. The fool bought a jet black 1955 Ford Thunderbird, and I gotta say, it is absolutely gorgeous. We loaded it up and brought it home. After about 3 hours of moose magic, it was purring like a kitten and would stop an 8-day clock with its looks. So Sunday afternoon, we went to the kid's birthday party, and after he opened up all of his gifts, Moose says, "Hey, there's one more. You've never seen a happier kid in your life after a crash course on how to operate everything." We all took off, cruised around in our respective hoopties. So it turned out to be a great weekend after all. Everybody stay safe, because now this old man's got to get some rest. Good night to all. Possum, how about that? So what was that, a 1955 jet black Thunderbird? I'll have to check out if Moose put some pictures on there. He probably has, but now that's one heck of a Sweet 16 surprise, isn't it? All right, there. How about that? Never a dull moment with the big Moose and that crew, is there? Under our industry headlines on a Back to Work Monday, I'm hoping this might translate in some good news as far as prices at the pump, which we all know have been going up and away, through the roof around the country. OPEC Plus, as they call it, OPEC and its allies agreed to gradually add more supply to the market after Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates resolved a dispute. They will boost output by as much as 400,000 barrels per day each month from August until all of the halted output has been revived. This will also give Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Kuwait, and Russia higher baselines against which their production cuts are measured from May of 2022, according to the statement. So this truce will ease a looming supply squeeze and reduce the risk of an inflationary oil price spike. It also puts an end to the diplomatic spat that had unnerved some of the traders as the fight between these two longtime allies was looking to unravel the broader accord between OPEC countries and its allies that had underpinned the recovery in crude prices. Saudi's energy minister, bin Salman, celebrated the compromise at the start of Sunday's meeting, using a Hollywood reference, which apparently he often does. Instead of "I'm back," will say, "We are back." The multifaceted agreement means several things for the oil market. It gives consumers a clear view of how quickly OPEC Plus will restore what will ultimately be 5.8 million barrels per day of production that they've been withholding. That's a lot. Since making the deep cuts last year when the whole pandemic thing started, this also resolves some of the long-standing grievances that have tested the unity of the group since late in 2020. The UAE had been arguing that the way their quota was calculated wasn't fair because it didn't reflect a costly expansion in the country's industry. Their baseline has now been increased to 3.5 million barrels per day. Now, that's a little less than the 3.8 million that they initially demanded, but it's well above the previous level, which had them at 3.2 million barrels per day. So again, when you get a little bit of stability put back into the oil markets, that should bode well. It'll be interesting to see where the prices go when the markets open for the new week. Oil prices should, based on that, begin to come down a bit. I haven't been paying real close attention to prices of oil, but yeah, for some time, I think things have been running in the $70, $75 per barrel range. That's why we've been seeing prices at the pump jumping around the country. Well, we were up nearly 20% in prices at the pump over just the past month and a half. All right, great to have you with us. You want to jump on board here on a Monday morning. Our number is 844-844-3388. Get a brand new week underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue efforts continue in Belgium and Western Germany as crews continue to look for people missing after last week's severe flooding. The death toll rose to at least 183 people on Sunday, with many of those in Germany. More than 250 people are still reported missing in the two countries. Thousands of homes are without power, and Belgian authorities say that about 30,000 homes are without access to clean drinking water. Record rainfalls last week caused several rivers in the region to overflow, causing the massive flooding. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours on Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closed the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving the threat. An extensive search found nothing, and the bridge was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, hope you had a wonderful weekend. Close things out as we transition over to the 19th day of July. So we'll be working our way into time zone to time zone. Well, there's so much to cover, I don't even know where to begin as we get things underway here on a brand new week. How about a couple of other industry headlines as we catch up on what's going on in the biz? One of the big stories as we were headed into the weekend there Friday morning was the bridge strike that had occurred Thursday morning. There in southern Georgia, I-16, that large dump trailer that hit the State Route 86 bridge, shifting that bridge nearly 6 feet. We got an update from the Georgia Department of Transportation, and the news is actually pretty good if you ask me. The bridge was actually demolished overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning. So they're ahead of schedule in terms of reopening I-16. The statement from the DOT commissioner, we're very grateful there were no injuries or fatalities as a result of this incident. I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to the Georgia State Patrol, local law enforcement, and DOT District 2, the staff that mobilized quickly to ensure traffic was safely diverted from I-16, also to the residents and local communities in the vicinity of the closure. We appreciate your patience while traffic is being diverted from I-16. Now, we're still encouraging finding other ways, use some of the other apps to find alternate routes around the closures. For now, both directions remain closed from exit 71 to 78 between Dublin and Pooler as they remove and replace the damaged bridge. Now, here's what they were saying. They were hoping to reopen one westbound lane on Friday. So, I mean, then they were hoping to have one eastbound lane opened up Saturday or Sunday. So it may or may not. I can't say for certain, but I would, based on that schedule, they did say they're hoping for a full reopening, all lanes, by the end of this week. Now, that is weather permitting. And, of course, as we were talking, there's going to be the potential for quite a bit of rain there in the southeast, especially, I mean, when they're talking that I-10 corridor, I'm thinking they're, between 10 and 20, isn't that kind of like right in that zone where they could see a lot of rain this week? If anybody's rolled through, if they've got 16 open, got a lane open each direction, maybe give us a ring up. And there was a creative resident of, I guess, what is it, Shark Week? He hung a shark banner on the side of the famous, what they call the truck eating bridge, warning drivers about the 11-foot 6-inch bridge. The 80-year-old 11-foot 6-inch bridge in Kirkland, Washington was built up. It's built quite the reputation over the years. It doesn't meet the standard 14 to 16-foot height requirement that drivers are accustomed to. So trucks are constantly crashing into it despite over a dozen warning signs. The bridge has been dubbed Truckbane, or Kirkland's Truck Eating Bridge. There's several Facebook pages and Instagram accounts dedicated just to the reputation of this bridge. The most recent addition to the number of warning signs was put up this past week, and they believe it was inspired, obviously, by Shark Week, celebrated annually on the Discovery Channel. Millions of people tune in to binge shark-related shows. But the banner itself displays a big open-mouthed shark telling drivers exactly why they should be wary of passing below. The big sign says, "I eat trucks." The bridge that eats trucks. Yes, indeed. And one other tidbit before we get to your calls here on a Back to Work Monday. It is officially underway, started this past day. And that is troopers in 6 states kicking off a week-long traffic enforcement effort targeting unsafe drivers. This has been dubbed the 6-State Trooper Project, taking place now till the 24th. So between now and next Saturday, troopers in Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, all participating this week. So during the week, you can expect to see an increased presence of troopers conducting traffic stops. Drivers are encouraged, do not drive distracted. Be increasingly aware of the need to move over or slow down as required by state law. Give your troopers plenty of room to work safely. That was the statement from Indiana State Police. Troopers are going to be emphasizing violations of Indiana's move over / slow down law, which requires you to move to an adjacent traffic lane, or if you can't, you have to reduce your speed by at least 10 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. If you're driving by a stationary police, fire, ambulance, really it's any vehicle with flashing lights. In most states, they've even bring tow trucks, construction trucks, even an automobile with the emergency hazard lights flashing. You're supposed to treat them all the same with the move over laws. But you have been forewarned. They will be out in mass. All right, about 19 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. First out of the box. Hello, Double R.
Hello, Steve. How you doing, brother?
Oh, it's Monday. You know, I'm thrilled, right?
Absolutely. I noticed you were sitting on your hands to keep them away from the screen there.
Yeah.
But, hey, I need you to do me a big favor there. I got Kyle hooked up on that SEMA deal, and I called up there, and I guess he was gone for his weekend up there at the track, I guess, where he was going, and I never got my call back. So, but if you end up talking with him, can you have him call me? Because it's important. I have to let the boss man know, that way we can get him all scheduled. I know it's time away, but the sooner the better.
So is this for the whole, is it the SEMA show, right? When they're trying to get the Fire Punk Diesel S10 out there to Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got him hooked up, so yeah. But I need him to call me because I got to give him some phone numbers and anyhow, I called up there at that place that Kyle told me to call, and man, you talk about some rude people. I don't mean to put it on the air like that, but that was crazy. I don't know if the guy was having a bad day or what, but anyhow, it is what it is. But
yeah.
You doing all right?
Yes, sir. Doing all right. Yep. It was.
Nate and I are over here. Go ahead.
It was good to see you all over the Independence Day weekend there. Had some good times. Boy, did we blow up the neighborhood or what?
And then we left some. So that ain't right. But did you do what I told you to do?
Hell no.
I would.
Are you
7 o'clock every morning? I'd shoot one of them off and go in the house.
We had a bunch of the big mortars left over, and Double R. His advice to me was, after the show's over, about 7 o'clock every morning, go out there, just light one off in the driveway, and run back in the house, and wake up the neighbors. You're really looking to get me arrested, aren't you?
Well, no, I wouldn't do that.
Uh-huh.
It'd be a nice little alarm clock for everybody, But
the only thing is,
speaking of,
damn good and well,
go ahead.
Good and well, everyone would know who's doing it.
Yes, they wouldn't even have to think about it.
Exactly.
I mean, as soon as that boom went off, I could hear it now.
That damn Steve.
Damn Sommers are letting us. So, hey, real quick, the other day, I guess before he went on vacation, Pappy called in and said some nice things about me on there. And I just wanted to tell him I appreciate the kind words. I don't know if he's listening or not, but he's a hell of a guy there. And I just appreciate the kind words. But anyhow, I had some other things I wanted to talk to you, but I'm having a brain fart. Oh, yeah. Ever since we left your place, it has been pure hell.
Really?
We got in the truck. We got in the truck Saturday. Not this past Saturday, the Saturday before.
Yeah.
And I fired the truck up because we had a load going. We had to go pick a load up, and I noticed my generator on my truck wasn't running, so I jumped out of the truck while it was idling, while the truck was idling, and see what's wrong with my generator. And my truck died. And so I thought, what the hell? So I jumped back in the truck, tried to start it up, thing wouldn't fire. So we ended up calling TA out there, and they come out and spent about 3 hours toying around with the truck. And make a long story short, they ended up having to wreck the truck to Rush Peterbilt over there in Nashville. And Nita and I had to jump in a Cadillac and drive up to Michigan to get another truck. So now I got a trailer and a truck in Nashville, and I'm driving a loaner truck with a and it's just been crazy.
Wow.
And, but the thing is, they said it's going to be 2 weeks just to get a fuel pump for the truck.
Really?
They cannot find one anywhere. They said seems like all the stuff that is minor, for far as fixing trucks, seems like it takes forever. They're either out of stock, or they have to order it, or it's been back ordered. And then all the major stuff, they don't have a problem getting it. And we've got a bunch of trucks that are down due to small stuff, you know. And I don't know if it's because the work, you know, the way the employment is out, you know, with nobody wanting to work or what, you know, but or even where the parts got to come from. But they said it's going to be at least 2 weeks before we get the fuel pump on the truck and we can get back in our own truck and act normal, you know. But it's crazy.
I'm guessing it's just, I mean, they talk about this whole supply chain shortage. I mean, you know, stuff that got bottlenecked. I don't know if the parts coming out of China or something, or if that had something to do with it.
I have no idea.
You know, sitting on a container ship off the coast or something like that. I mean, it seems like everything. There's shortages of everything.
Yeah, that wouldn't bother me. I probably believe, you know, I would believe that, to be honest with you. I don't know where the part is coming from or where they're ordering it, but I know the ECM went out on our truck, and we had to wait on the part for it, and it come all the way from Poland. And I guess there's a lot of people who got their fingers in these trucks as far as manufacturing, you know, so, but anyhow, I'm out here listening, Steve. We're over here in Horse Feathers neighborhood. I've got to be at New Jersey at 8 o'clock in the morning over there by Atlantic City. I've got some race cars on here, and I got horse race cars, and I got to drop them off, and then we picked them up there at French Lick, Indiana over the weekend. And then I had to go to the Indy 500 and load a new Suburban and one of them, what do they call it? A Bolt, a Chevy Bolt.
Okay,
and,
yeah.
All electric, yeah. But we got to have them over here at the racetrack in the morning at 8 o'clock with the rest of the stuff. But anyhow, I'm going to be up all night listening to you, and if I think of some more things I want to jaw jack with you about, I'll give you a call. And I just wanted to get them kind words out to Pappy there. He's a super guy, and I really appreciate it. And we had a great time, and are you guys back to normal up there? Or?
Yeah, Lisa got back on Friday with neighbor Beth, so everybody back to life as normal, I guess you'd say. Settled back in, so they had a fun time. They had a good time in Georgia.
Well, I was getting ready to ask you if she survived it, so you can imagine what happened. What they were doing. So,
they had a lot of fun. I got lots and lots of pictures. They had a blast. All the girls together. So,
yeah, tormenting Flintstone. I can imagine. So,
yeah, Flintstone and Dalton.
Anyhow, Steve. Yes, sir. I'm out here listening, Steve, and I'll give you a call here a little bit later on. I think of some more things. And
all right.
You have yourself a good morning there, my friend.
Be safe out there. We'll do our best to help keep you awake. All right. It is 844-3388. Plenty of room for you as typically on a Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll be headed down the home stretch for hour number 1 here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's 844-844-3388. You reach over here, find a... Yeah, I guess these guys are just looking to get Dumbass of the Week nominees right out of the box here. There's, of course, the first story, the first 3 words, a Florida man. Why is that so often the case? A Florida man facing multiple charges after he allegedly drove through a security gate at the Tampa area airport, got into the cockpit of a Coast Guard C-130 airplane Saturday morning. What were you thinking? 36-year-old Hamilton Moreno, accused of leading deputies on a chase across a runway at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport a little before 5 o'clock in the morning in a vehicle that had been reported stolen the night before, according to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. Moreno arrested after crashing through the Coast Guard security gate, left the car in a hangar, climbed into the empty C-130, booked into the Pinellas County Jail, charges of fleeing and eluding, trespassing, grand theft auto, habitual traffic offender, burglary, and 2 counts of criminal mischief. I guess he may be in jail for a little while. Then on out to California, Southern California. Yeah, we've all heard of the Knott's Berry Farm, the popular theme park there in Southern California. Drew a police response Saturday night as a man apparently climbed a 300-foot metal tower near the park's Supreme Scream ride. According to reports, the man eventually came down safely. Shortly after 9 o'clock in the evening, local time, early images from the Fox affiliate showed the climber just below a large American flag at the top of the tower. Police had previously treated about 8 o'clock local time, confirming the incident. Please stay out of the area while we work to bring this person down safely. No information about his identity or how he managed to climb the metal tower. Whether the climber would face charges, not immediately clear. I'm sure he's going to be facing some sort of charge. Taken to a local hospital for a mental health evaluation. The park issued a statement at about 7:20 p.m. that says we became aware of a male who had accessed an unauthorized area, climbed the Supreme Scream Tower. Park personnel alerted local law enforcement and emergency responders are now on site. The guest came down the tower a little before 9 o'clock, is now safely on the ground in police custody. No other information available at this time. I don't know. What kind of a point was he trying to make? You just never know. All right, let me get up to the Chevy guy. Something about we got the official Moose report, do we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but first I want to jump in there. Okay, that guy in Florida, remember, most people that live in Florida came from the north and migrated to Florida. You know, like myself. I can't help where you were dropped, Akron, Ohio, but where I got my first set of keys, a 57 Chevy, it was in Florida, 16. And my first taste of love was in Florida. So I claim Florida as my home. I don't care that's where I experienced the best parts of life, I think. So, but hey, the man's sitting there in jail, but man, he's got the memories. Who gets just climb in behind the controls of a C-130?
Yeah, right.
I mean, whoa. and then you're going to be catered breakfast, lunch, and dinner, free showers. And I mean, okay, you just got to look at the positive end of all this. Well, I'm sitting there, my phone's burning up this morning. Everybody's commenting, and I pulled up, and there's this picture of this beautiful 1955 Thunderbird. Now, I wasn't sure of the year; it wasn't stated on there of the year, but I'm familiar that a 55 didn't have the porthole window in the roof, and it didn't have a Continental kit. No, not all of them have Continental kits anyway, and the 56 model did have the porthole window. So it's 11:30. I called Moose up, and I said, "What nut buys a 16-year-old a 55 Thunderbird for his first car?" And he goes, "You're talking to him." I said, before I got the phone dialed up, I was ringing. It just dawned on me. 59 Cadillac, 7 weeks from a wreck to a dream car. So I'm thinking, well, in that family, it makes all kinds of sense. Moose said he give him a talking to. He's letting him know that's a little extra special. Yeah, he can pay. And I said also, Moose, if he's any size, if he's anywhere close to his uncle, he ain't gonna be making no babies in that little car. So I said, in a way, it makes all kinds of sense. Uncle Moose gonna help put the boy on wheels, pick up a date, but he's not gonna be responsible for the babies that come out of that thing. So now Moose said that he's going to be out tomorrow night. He's had a full weekend, and he's gonna snuggle up with his Barney the dinosaur stuffed pillow, and he's gonna in his what do you call that little cowboy thing?
Woody.
He's gonna snuggle up and Woody the doll. He's gonna snuggle up with it and go to bed and get some Z's this morning. So he asked me to let y'all know that he's gonna be sleeping at around 11:45. So that's where he's gonna be. But what a wonderful gift to give your kids, But hey, Moose started out with nothing, and he worked hard. It wasn't given to him, and Moose is evidence of the American dream. It can happen.
Wow.
If it didn't happen, like for the rest of us, because we didn't choose to work that hard. We didn't stay up late and try to figure out how to get it done. But the fact is, there's several people there's several people that call in. What they've done is amazing, and I just thoroughly enjoy the people I talk to. And other than that, I'm going to just sit back and copy the mail. And I told, by the way, about the Woody and the Barney the doll. I told Moose that if I'm going to be your messenger boy, I get to get creative with the message. So we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right.
Over now.
What is Moose's real first name? I can't remember what his real first name is.
George.
George? Okay. All right. I'm going to try to find that picture. I haven't been able to find it yet, so.
Okay, if I stop down here and turn my paperwork in, I'll see if I can copy it and put it put it up online there for you.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. News update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue efforts continue in Belgium and Western Germany as crews continue to look for people missing after last week's severe flooding. The death toll rose to at least 183 people on Sunday, with many of those in Germany. More than 250 people are still reported missing in the two countries. Thousands of homes are without power, and Belgian authorities say that about 30,000 homes are without access to clean drinking water. Record rainfalls last week caused several rivers in the region to overflow, causing the massive flooding. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours on Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closed the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving the threat. An extensive search found nothing, and the bridge was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Officials say the largest wildfire currently burning in the country is now about the size of Los Angeles. Jeremy Scott reports.
The Bootleg Fire, burning in southern Oregon, is the largest wildfire in the U.S. It's just north of the California border and has scorched more than 476 square miles, an area about the size of Los Angeles. The fire has burned at least 67 homes and 100 outbuildings. Thousands more are threatened. Containment of the fire now at 22%. One of dozens of major wildfires burning across the West. Forecasters warning of dangerous fire weather through Monday in California and southern Oregon.
And tennis star Coco Gauff becomes the latest athlete to pull out of the Tokyo Olympics. Gauff tweeting on Sunday that she tested positive for COVID and would be forced to miss the games. Another 2 South African soccer players have tested positive in the Olympic Village, and 6 British athletes are quarantining after being identified as close contacts of another individual who had tested positive. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
COVID cases in the United States are on the uptick, with the 7-day average up over 70% to about 26,000 new cases per day. Late last week, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said that the pandemic has become one of the unvaccinated, citing the fact that the largest outbreaks have come in areas of the country that have low rates of vaccination. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb agrees. He tells CBS's Face the Nation that even though a large amount of the population has some form of protection, the Delta variant of the virus is likely going to infect most of the nation.
Well, look, when you look at the people who've been hospitalized, 97% of the hospitalizations are in people who are unvaccinated. And most of the deaths that are occurring right now are in people who are unvaccinated. The bottom line is that many people are no longer susceptible to COVID. More than 50%, about 50% of the population has been fully vaccinated. Probably another third of the American population has been previously infected with this virus. So many people aren't susceptible to the virus, but if 25% of the population remains susceptible to the virus, in absolute terms, that's still a lot of people. And this virus is so contagious, this variant is so contagious that it's going to infect the majority of them. Most people will either get vaccinated or have been previously infected, or they will get this Delta variant. And for most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime in terms of the risk of putting them in the hospital.
And Colin Morikawa held off Jordan Spieth, Jon Rahm, and Louis Oosthuizen on Sunday to win the Open Championship. The 24-year-old finished the tournament at 15 under. Spieth finished second at 13 under. Rahm and Oosthuizen tied for third at 11 under. And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, jump back into it here. Hour number 2 gets underway. There's another item we were talking about there on Friday morning, and that was the red tide. Stinking up Tampa Bay. AccuWeather gave an update over the weekend. They're saying hundreds of tons of dead sea life washing up along the shores of Tampa Bay, the red tide. And now local officials are calling on the state government to help clean up this massive mess. This number says nearly 800 tons of dead sea life were collected along the shores. Fish, dolphins, sea turtles, eels, stingrays, according to St. Petersburg mayor. He said you cannot go outside in East St. Petersburg without literally choking on the smell. St. Petersburg deputy mayor calling for the state to assist in removing the dead sea life, also asking that residents be patient with the cleanup process as they continue to clear the waterways. It's pretty awful. The odor sticks to you. It stays in your nasal passages. Yeah, then there's the emotional toll of just dealing with all the dead animals. Now, this is a naturally occurring thing, the algae blooms that form in many coastal areas around the planet, red tides, referring to how the blooms make the water appear. When the concentrations get high enough, the water can actually appear red, kind of maybe orange or brown, a mix of all the three. These algae blooms often pop up as a result of upwelling in coastal locations. Upwellings when the wind blows across the surface of the water, pushing it away from the coast, and can occur as a result of seasonal wind shifts or after a storm system moves off the coast. Now, this causes deeper water to be brought up to replace the displaced surface water, and that deeper water is usually colder and rich in nutrients like nitrate and phosphates. This increases nutrient availability that allows the algae to thrive and spread rapidly. And as Cool Breeze was kind of explaining Friday morning, where they had those retention ponds several months ago that they were concerned were going to burst and potentially flood people out. And it started dumping that. And large quantities of this water that was full of phosphates and nitrates. Undoubtedly, that is a big contributing factor to what's going on. And then, of course, you had tropical storm or hurricane at one point, Hurricane Elsa, that made landfall along the coast earlier this month, that could have potentially been involved in the bloom as well. It's possible that Elsa played a part, but based on the track, it seems less likely that it would have generated upwelling in Tampa Bay. It would be more like probably the excess runoff from rain over Florida caused more nutrients to be washed out into the bay. All right, 800 tons of dead sea life and counting. That's a pretty big number, but this bloom is apparently far from even being in the top 20 of the worst algae blooms they've seen. That's hard to imagine. To clear out the shores naturally, Crosby says that the bay would need easterly winds mixed with currents to carry the algae away from the shoreline. The shape of Tampa Bay's waterways, however, makes that a very difficult process. All right, so they're in a multi-year study on how to reduce the effects of algae blooms. And this current bloom has provided the researchers with the perfect opportunity to test some of their theories in the real world right now. Hey, good morning, Baby Bear. Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
How was your weekend?
It was good. I got a DA for you. Never had this happen in my life. I have a sinus infection. So Saturday morning, I called the teledoc, right? The teledoc. Well, the teledoc had a PA working, or the doctor that I use, had a PA working on Saturday. So he's like, we did the tele thing or whatever, and all right, I'll call you in an antibiotic and a steroid, And I go to the pharmacy after, they close at the doctor's office closes at 1:30 on Saturday. I go to the pharmacy about 2 o'clock, pull up to the drive-thru, and the pharmacist says, we couldn't fill the prescriptions. And I was like, why? Because he didn't leave the strength. I am like, this.
Yeah.
I was like, who does this?
Yeah, they kind of need to know if you're 5 milligrams, 10, 20, they need to know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was like, I said, well, apparently Steve, that's the PA's name, needs to go find another job. But anyway, I wanted you to look up a story. I just tuned in 20 minutes ago, so did you hear or read anything about monkeypox? Showing up in Texas?
Yes, in Dallas, Texas. I do have that story here. I sure do. What the hell is monkeypox?
That's why I called you. So, but I'll let you go and share it with us.
Yeah, I know. I've got it in the mix over here somewhere. I do all my show prep stuff, but my wife brought that to my attention this past day, and that's the first I've ever heard of it. Now, she had some pictures of what monkeypox, and it's ugly, it's nasty. You don't want no damn monkeypox. All right, here's the scoop. Here we go. A Dallas resident diagnosed with monkeypox, the first case of the virus ever reported in a human in Texas. Officials stress the risk posed to the general public is very low. The patient flew to Dallas Love Field from Atlanta on July the 9th after arriving in the country earlier that day on a flight from Lagos, Nigeria. Health officials said the patient, whose identity was not released, was in isolation at a Dallas hospital and was stable. CDC and is working with their counterparts in Nigeria to determine how the patient contracted the virus. Dallas County's public health coordinator said the patient went to the hospital Tuesday, 4 days after arriving in Dallas. Local health officials did preliminary tests, and the CDC confirmed the diagnosis of monkeypox last Thursday. So now you've got state, local, and federal health officials, along with the airline, working to identify people who may have had contact with the passenger during those flights. They expect the number of potential contacts to be low. Those contacts will be monitored for 21 days, receiving twice daily calls from health officials checking on whether they've developed any symptoms. Now, they did note that because travelers are still right now required to wear masks on flights and in airports due to the COVID, the potential for the transmission of the monkeypox is greatly diminished. With everyone wearing masks, that really reduced any risk in those sort of settings. So they're trying to play it down. No reason to be alarmed, they say. All right. While very rare, this case is not reason for alarm. We don't expect any threat to the general public. Dallas mayor said city officials have been in communication with county health officials. We have confidence in federal, state, and local medical professionals working to ensure that this virus is contained and this patient is treated with the utmost care. Monkeypox, like the coronavirus pandemic, shows just how important it is to have the public health infrastructure able to identify diseases, perform contact tracing, and monitor the spread of an illness. So, undoubtedly, obviously, people that may have sat in the same row, maybe in front or behind this passenger, have no idea what the numbers are. But so a flight into the country, a flight from Atlanta to Dallas, there's a handful of flights they're going to have to track back and monitor these people. Monkeypox. All right, Red Mule is coming up after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Back at it is, as always, 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Red Mule. What's going on?
Morning, Steve. Isn't cowpox and smallpox, aren't they related?
I honestly don't really know. I've never heard of monkeypox.
I hadn't heard of monkeypox, but I've read in the past, and of course this was years ago, that cowpox and smallpox could be confused, referring to people that worked on dairy farms and the like. And I had in the back of my head that smallpox vaccine actually was a derivative of cowpox, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know. So, Steve, I want to bring up a couple of things trucking related for a change. Now, I just finished my 35th year out here on the road, and, I get to thinking I know a little bit about the trucking industry, but then I remember what Will Rogers said, that everybody's ignorant only about different things. And one thing that I'm definitely ignorant about, I have never pulled doubles or triples. And the reason I bring this up, Steve, neighbor came by the other day and passed on a story. And keep in mind, this is fourth or fifth telling of this story, so you can take that for what it's worth. But she's talking about another neighbor lady there that had a niece, I guess 35, 40 years old, living in one of the suburbs in Salt Lake, and decided she's going to take her bicycle out for a ride in the morning, and got out and stopped at a stoplight, I guess in the right-hand lane in the travel lane, and was next to a truck pulling triples. And the way the story goes, I guess the truck decided to make a right-hand turn on the red light, and they're saying that run over this lady on her bicycle with the back trailer. Now, as I say, I don't know anything. I've never pulled doubles or triples. I don't have any experience on that. But the only thing I can figure is that the driver swung over into the left lane in the lanes he was turning into, and then came back over into the right lanes, which would be, in my mind, a legitimate thing to do. And might have caught that woman with the back trailer when the radius tightened down there.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, I wouldn't be sitting on a bicycle next to a semi truck on any road, would you?
No, yep, not a safe place to be.
Not in my mind. And to me, it just kind of raises the question. Of course, it raises a question about the accuracy of the story, but then it raises a question, was she distracted? Was she on the phone? Well, she was standing there next to that truck and didn't realize the situation she was in. So, maybe they ought to be passing laws against distracted bicycling. So I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out. If any people with experience on doubles and triples have another solution to that, I'd be interested to hear what it is. So,
okay.
Second item. Okay. Second item related to the trucking industry. Did you happen to catch Laura Ingram's show? I think it was Friday night.
That I did not.
She had a couple of guys on there, and I was on a little 2-lane road out there in the land of fruits and nuts, and trying to decide whether to try and pass another company truck or not. But so I wasn't paying real close attention. Didn't catch the names of the guys that she was talking to. But they were talking about Liz Cheney, putting a bad mouth on her for her foul mouth, which I think is probably justified. I don't know. But, Steve, I was offended, and I think maybe we need to get a Steve Sommers overnight radio call to action here. Maybe we could find her, Laura Ingram's email address. Because one of them hands, Steve, this low-down individual said that Liz Cheney had a truck driver's mouth.
Oh.
Now, don't you think we ought to raise a ruckus about that?
Yeah, what is a truck driver's mouth?
A truck driver's mouth. Now, I mean, I ain't trying to pull Rodney Dangerfield here that we get no respect, but I think we ought to have a little more respect for that. No, Laura Ingram, I usually like her, but she didn't challenge him on that. And I just, if you run across an email or something like that where we can get a hold of her and protest that, I'd like to put 2 bits in on that deal. I found that just a little bit offensive myself. So,
well, traditionally, wasn't the old slogan "you cussing like a drunken sailor"? That's the old moniker, isn't it?
I guess, or spending money like a drunken sailor or whatever. And And, if it had been anybody else, I might have been a little upset that they're saying a truck driver had a foul mouth, but comparing a truck driver to Liz Cheney, I mean, Steve, can you think anything lower than that?
It's pretty rough.
I can't. So, hey, Steve, last week when I called you next day, I called old Flower Boy, Steve, and told him, I said, I've heard of Flower Girls, but I ain't never heard no Flower Boy, and I don't think he found that too amusing, Steve. I asked him, I said, well, are you working them wedding chapels out there in Las Vegas? You making good money on that? And Steve, you know what he done?
Probably hung up on you.
No, he called me a jackass. Can you imagine a highly sophisticated individual such as Mike, resulting to such vulgarities as to call me a jackass? I don't know. But anyhow, Steve, speaking of Las Vegas, I come through there the other night. One of them strip joints out there by the freeway, the one that's been closed down there, had a big old sign up there saying that them gals could come in there and make $1,000 a night. That's pretty good money, don't you think?
I would think.
You reckon they'd pay me $1,000 a night to go in there and do my Webb Pierce impersonation?
They might pay you $1,000 a night to stay the hell out of there.
That's called blackmail, ain't it, Steve? All right, that's all I got, Sports Steve.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Red Mule. If anybody has any ideas about, that happens a number of times every year. People standing on the curb, too close to the curb or whatever. And, I guess in some cases, drivers that really don't know how to swing a turn might cut it too tight and run over the individual standing on the corner. All right, with that, we're up to our bottom of the hour news break. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. Here it is. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue efforts continue in Belgium and Western Germany as crews continue to look for people missing after last week's severe flooding. The death toll rose to at least 183 people on Sunday, with many of those in Germany. More than 250 people are still reported missing in the two countries. Thousands of homes are without power, and Belgian authorities say that about 30,000 homes are without access to clean drinking water. Record rainfalls last week caused several rivers in the region to overflow, causing the massive flooding. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours on Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closed the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving the threat. An extensive search found nothing, and the bridge was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll jump back into it here on a Monday. Yeah, a lot of folks excited about getting back on the cruise ships, which they've been doing for several weeks now. Haven't really heard any issues of COVID developing on the cruise ships. Nothing that I've caught as of yet. But a lot of concern about that. I had the one lawsuit that had been filed, and apparently the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals made a ruling last week that the Centers for Disease Control is permitted to enforce their framework for cruise ships returning to operation. That overturned a district court ruling that would have made their guidelines suggestions rather than like mandates. from several weeks back. 3-judge panel voted 2-1 that the government had demonstrated requisite showing to obtain the stay order, allowing those CDC regulations to remain in place. The CDC argued that by maintaining their safety protocols for cruises, they're not shutting down the industry, but giving them a framework to continue operating safely during the pandemic. All right, the original conditional sail order from back in October, trying to keep cases down on ships, preventing the virus from spreading. Much of that, included having like 95% of the passengers and crew vaccinated. Governor DeSantis has sued about that, and that original ruling was kind of a win for him, where the CDC's rulings were just going to be suggestions. So here's, I guess, next on the list here. If you are not vaccinated and don't plan on getting the vaccine, it looks like many of the cruise lines are, in a roundabout way, really trying to keep you from getting on the ship. They have what they're calling a workaround for Florida's vaccine passport ban, meaning unvaccinated passengers you would not be treated the same if you're sailing out of Florida. Unvaccinated travelers on Carnival and Royal Caribbean will be required to purchase travel insurance, pay for their own COVID testing, and you'll still be barred from some areas on the ship. Norwegian Cruise Lines sued Florida Surgeon General over the law about not having to have a vaccine, threatened to pull their Florida-based sailings if they can't require vaccines. Other cruise lines have offered what they're calling, again, the workaround, making it more costly for unvaccinated travelers. Royal Caribbean is going to require proof of travel insurance for those ages 12 and older starting August 1. You must have a minimum $25,000 in medical expense coverage and $50,000 for quarantine and medical evacuation related to a positive COVID test. Also, COVID testing will be charged by a fee of $136 or $178, depending on the duration of the trip, which will not be charged to vaccinated travelers. They don't have to cover the cost. Carnival, beginning the end of the month here, July 31st, is going to require proof of travel insurance, minimum $10,000 in medical expenses and $30,000 in emergency medical evacuation. And without COVID-19 exclusions, they will charge $150 for your COVID test and other health screening measures. Carnival will restrict passengers without proof of vaccine from boarding and not offer a refund. Now, consistent with the practices of other cruise lines, also restarting their operations, and the best interest of our guests that are unvaccinated, this coverage is important should they encounter a medical situation during the cruise, according to a spokesperson. Also, unvaccinated passengers will be barred from using the sauna or the thermal suite. Unvaccinated past teenagers cannot participate in the Carnival Youth Camp program. Generally, rules kind of differ on some of the Royal Caribbean ships. Casinos, various restaurants, bars, and lounges will be reserved for vaccinated passengers, according to the website. Yeah, that's Royal Caribbean, so yeah, some of the smaller, close, tight-in areas, some of the bars, again, lounges, restaurants, the casino, all things that you're going to probably going to be excluded from on Royal Caribbean if you do not get the vaccine. Interesting to point that out. All right, let me get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Hey, can you put me back in queue real quick? I got some paperwork I got to do. Just got my dispatch.
All right, taking care of business, as they say. All right, you take care of that. All right, I wanted to wait till we got a little bit into the program, which we now are. Get some of the audience built up, and we're getting there. A couple of other, see who all else is checking in here real quick. JK Energy, morning, Your Honor. Yep, good to have you with us. Moon was asking, I was talking about the girls having a good time down in Georgia. The question is, Steve, did any of them take any selfies for Facebook? You know what? Got a ton. Princess has a ton of pictures. I'll have to ask her to put some of them up so I can share them. Everybody wants to see what a good time they were having out there. Fun in the sun. They're at Rock City, the Incline, enjoying the pool last week. They had beautiful weather most of the week. Rockpick checking in from Rochester, New York. 66 degrees this morning. Let's see. Charlie said monkeypox from prairie dogs. Okay. Dave says, Steve, do you ever change shirts? Yes, I change shirts every night. I do. Sometimes they look the same. It's under the green lighting. This is actually a blue shirt. Does it look blue? Yes. Let's see. Tony checking in from Hamilton, Ohio. Everybody stay safe out there. Let me jump on into this. It was in our final hour there Friday morning. For those that were with us when our good friend neighbor Dave called in, he was pretty worked up as we were talking about the whole NFL and this whole the Black National Anthem and things that they're sponsoring the Black Lives Matter, endorsing Black Lives Matter for the 21 season. If you missed the phone call, you might go back and just catch it on the podcast. But I got obviously several follow-up calls or emails. Let me start with Mike, because I did respond to Mike, and I said, well, can I share your sentiments with the audience? He said, absolutely. Hope your weekend is a good one. He sent this out Friday morning. As a former broadcaster turned human resources manager, I have to comment on the last live broadcast. I think neighbor Dave crossed the line. When you attack someone for what they said, you just shown your true colors. Now, I used to tell people who would come into my office fighting or disagreeing about something at work, it's okay to disagree, but when you start attacking the other person for their beliefs and thoughts on something, that has no place in the discussion. Name calling and whatnot. And then they told me, hey, that's how they talk at home to their significant other. I said, well, that talk has no place in the workplace. I think that should hold true for conversations on the radio. Maybe step in and interrupt if someone opts for personal attacks. He was wrong with his attacks and name-calling of Steve. I listened live, and again, I went back to the playback to let the wife hear what went on. Now, listening live, I actually sat up in the bed when I heard the first attacks. As neighbor Dave said, who the hell is he? This dumbass, arrogant prick, kiss my ass, dumbass award for the year. I went back, and all Steve had said was, screw them all. Don't buy their jerseys. Don't buy their tickets. Don't buy their baseball cards. Don't watch them anymore. He alluded to, we need to start boycotting. Anyway, I look forward to your broadcasts. I have some favorite callers I look forward to hearing to. There's a number of them, Eagle, Steve, Pappy. But I can't tolerate listening to personal attacks on the radio. I think neighbor Dave needs to clean up his act. All right. So maybe I did respond to him. I said, as a moderator, maybe I didn't do the best job there. Maybe I kind of dropped the ball because, yeah, traditionally, it's always been, if we're going to disagree, which we all have many different kind of disagreements. Yeah, that's what makes this a great country. And that's the only reason talk radio is interesting. If everybody agreed with everything I said, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. So we all have disagreements. But I guess even I've been guilty on occasion of referring to someone with differing views as a dumbass. I mean, sometimes the views are, but yeah, we're supposed to disagree by presenting the facts, the reason that you may disagree with another caller's comments. Give the facts, maybe try to persuade why that you feel their line of thinking is the wrong line of thinking. So I kind of apologized to him. I said, all the years that I've been doing this, I'm still learning. And sometimes you just get caught up there and let people say a little too much or whatever, but all right, another email. Steve, I listened to your program via podcast during the day for 3 reasons. I can listen with play speed 1.5 when watching on YouTube. I can listen to your 5-hour program in 3 hours to 1.5 play speed, and I can skip commercials. But during the last hour of your Friday show, the complaint that another caller had no business telling him what to do. One of the great things about the show is you allow all callers to express their opinions as long as they keep things professional. You may not agree with the caller, however, you and the caller agree to disagree occasionally. Freedom of speech allows all of us to disagree in what we choose to do. Now, as far as the NFL is concerned, if they choose to support Black Lives Matter, as far as I'm concerned, the NFL can go to hell. Since when did we have a black national anthem? As far as I'm concerned, the NFL stands for the National Felon League. You know, a lot of players, not exactly the most upstanding citizens. And these players are paid way too damn much money. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people that don't care about anything but sports in this country. Anyway, keep up the good work. That's from the Hobbler. Hey, child, I got an email back from Steve as well. He did not hear Dave live, but he said, I was out of the truck. One of my buddies called me and told me I was attacked after my call by some woke liberal individual. I did go back and listen to the replay. Wow. I guess you don't have to be a celebrity like Levin or Bongino or Tucker or Hannity to be attacked by the woke mob. So I'm sure he'll have something to say further down the line. But I did speak to Dave after the program. I called him about 7 about Friday morning. And trying to remember, he did say something about, I was pretty upset. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have done the name calling thing, but that's in the heat of the moment, we do those kind of things, right? Well, hello to our Georgia Peach. Wanda is with us this morning. How about that? What are you doing up so late? Nothing else to do, right? Tony checking in from Hamilton. Have a safe day out there, everybody. Good to have you with us. All right, with that, we're about 9 before the hour. A quick timeout. We'll get back with more of your calls. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see, real quickly, I had one other individual, that's our old friend Larry Stone, who typically checks in during the final hour on any given morning. He was trying to call Friday. Said, Steve, I guess all the lines must have been busy because I was just getting busy signal. Yeah, they were. Yeah, currently we're using 5 lines. And once you got 5 on hold, they're all busy. So, yeah, I wanted to chime in. I wanted to start my own new movement. The YOM movement. It's the Your Opinion Matters movement, where we don't call names, but we discuss or debate issues on if there's an issue to debate on the merit or the facts, because you never win a debate by name calling. So the Your Opinion Matters movement. Yeah, so all right, thanks to all that checked in, but yeah, we try to do that, but every once in a while. See, Billy's got a DA of the Year nominee. I had an issue with the storage box under my primary trailer. It had vibrated, I guess, broke loose from the frame and was able to move enough that it was rubbing the trailer tire. So I stopped and started searching for a roadside service to repair the trailer. After calling several reputable services, I was told I'd be looking at about a 6-hour wait. 6 hours that I don't have to spare, as I was en route to pick up a coil. Ran across a small repair service online, called the guy. He came right out, began beating and welding the box back in place. I told him I thought I smelled burning plastic. Well, I did. He had melted my wiring and my emergency air line and basically grounded me for the night. Guy grabbed his stuff, took off, never to be seen again. Well, after a tow truck driver backed off my brakes and followed me to the TA in Eaton, Ohio, now I'm waiting for the reconstruction to be completed. So I am nominating myself as Dumbass of the Year. I guess you get what you pay for. Don't go cheap. Don't try to save time. Murphy's Law has been kicking my derriere. Hopefully I can get fixed and get another load. I'm literally 1042 for a day or two. Wow. That sucks. That's from Billy the Kid. Never heard of such a thing. I mean, so somebody comes out for a roadside call, does more damage, and then just takes off? You ever heard of such a thing? All right, take 2, Heat Wave. You ready to roll or no?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay there.
No problem.
Murphy's Law. When it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Oh, shoot, there were so many things. All right, we were talking about the the Black National Anthem, the NFL, and I was at the VA the other day giving blood for tests on my upcoming appointment. And I went to the BX and I got me some more Air Force hats because I'm an Air Force vet and I'm proud to show it off. They had a rainbow advertisement for Gay Pride, and I know it's a month late, but it is a government operation, so they are going to be running short. It's like we celebrate every damn buddy out there, except for Caucasians. It's like, when are we going to have our month for our, greatness, whatever we did that was right? And what about the straight people out there? When are we going to get recognized? And I don't remember who it was I was talking to, but they had a real good point, and I did put it out on Facebook. It's like, you know what? Let's do away with this divisive stuff. The end with the Black History Month, the end of Native American Week, the end of Hispanic America, whatever. Let's just say for 365 days a year and 66 on a leap year, we're going to celebrate being Americans. This division really has to stop. And I agreed with him 100%. It's like, the government's not supposed to be political within the military organizations or anything like that. It's supposed to be, this is the policy we lay down. Go out there, shoot the bad guy, and win the war. So, we just need to get rid of all these celebrations of someone being different than others or being a different color than others. Just end it. Just say, hey, we are Americans. Let's celebrate that fact that we are the ones the rest of the world want to be. So, anyways, so that's the end of my rant on that. Smallpox is related to cowpox. The reason why it was a bad thing back in the colonial days, but they found out that when you milked the cow and got the pox from the cowpox, that actually gave you a resistance towards smallpox. So you either, one, wouldn't get it, or B, you would get it, but it wouldn't be as severe as if you didn't have that antibody in your system. So yeah, the cowpox and smallpox are related. This monkeypox, don't ask me. It takes more than what I'm paid for to think about. So, and I did send you photos of Uncle George's car to his nephew.
I got that. A bunch of pictures. That is a pretty sweet looking car. I mean, that's I don't know. Is it suitable to be out driving around on any like every day kind of thing, or it's more like that's a parade car, isn't it? Supposed to be in the parades.
Again, you're asking someone that doesn't make that much money to begin with. Hey, I figure if you want to drive it, it's your right to drive it. Just don't abuse it. Just go ahead and let it out there, and maybe some little girl will see you and see how responsible you are and say, I want this guy. So anyways, yeah, I agree with the right to disagree. It's been said that once you revert to name calling, and Neighbor Dave, it's nothing against you, it's just what I've heard. If you revert to name calling in a discussion, then you've already lost your point. So I agree with him that, no one should tell him what to do. It's just a suggestion, and I don't watch the NFL because of their disrespect toward the military, their disrespect toward the police, and their kowtowing to one individual who was raised by an affluent family because his own mother could not and would not do the job of being a mother. So, I mean, that's disrespectful to his parents, but if his parents support him in his matter, then you know what? They probably deserve the DA of the week or the year or of the century. So, yeah, if I think of anything else I want to get off my chest, I'll be sure to give you a holler, because definitely want to help a brother out on on the worst day of the week.
Okay.
And anybody that wants to give me a holler at the end of the show, go ahead. We'll go ahead and we'll just have a BS session in full force. Maybe it'll last 3 or 4 hours. Who knows?
Hour number 6, hour number 7, hour number 8. There you go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Right now, news update live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue efforts continue in Belgium and Western Germany as crews continue to look for people missing after last week's severe flooding. The death toll rose to at least 183 people on Sunday, with many of those in Germany. More than 250 people are still reported missing in the two countries. Thousands of homes are without power, and Belgian authorities say that about 30,000 homes are without access to clean drinking water. Record rainfalls last week caused several rivers in the region to overflow, causing the massive flooding. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours on Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closed the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving the threat. An extensive search found nothing, and the bridge was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Gasoline prices increased 2 cents a gallon for a national average of $3.16 this week. That's 9 cents higher than a month ago and 95 cents higher than a year ago. John Clemens has more.
The increase to $3.16 a gallon comes after Saudi Arabia reached a compromise with the United Arab Emirates at last weekend's OPEC meeting regarding oil output. Patrick DeHaan is with GasBuddy.com.
Overall, OPEC plans to boost oil production by 400,000 barrels per day every month until 2022, when nearly all of its production cuts due to COVID will be restored.
Last year, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries agreed to output cuts of almost 10 million barrels per day due to the decrease in demand due to the pandemic. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
COVID cases in the United States are on the uptick, with the 7-day average up over 70% to about 26,000 new cases per day. Late last week, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said that the pandemic has become one of the unvaccinated, citing the fact that the largest outbreaks have come in areas of the country that have low rates of vaccination. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb agrees. He tells CBS's Face the Nation that even though a large amount of the population has some form of protection, the Delta variant of the virus is likely going to infect most of the nation.
Well, look, when you look at the people who've been hospitalized, 97% of the hospitalizations are in people who are unvaccinated. Most of the deaths that are occurring right now are in people who are unvaccinated. The bottom line is that many people are no longer susceptible to COVID. More than 50%, about 50% of the population has been fully vaccinated. Probably another third of the American population has been previously infected with this virus. So many people aren't susceptible to the virus, but if 25% of the population remains susceptible to the virus, in absolute terms, that's still a lot of people. And this virus is so contagious, this variant is so contagious that it's going to infect the majority of them. Most people will either get vaccinated or have been previously infected, or they will get this Delta variant. And for most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime in terms of the risk of putting them in the hospital.
And Colin Morikawa held off Jordan Spieth, Jon Rahm, and Louis Oosthuizen on Sunday to win the Open Championship. The 24-year-old finished the tournament at 15 under. Spieth finished second at 13 under. Rahm and Oosthuizen tied for third at 11 under. And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, back to the whole NFL thing. Hannity launched into a tirade over the prospect of the NFL playing the Black National Anthem before games this season. Decried reports that the song could become a feature at games in the 21 season. Now, he said, in his opinion, this is the result of efforts by Democrats to destroy fun, as he put it. Why do they want to inject politics into sports? The NFL playing the Black National Anthem, the Olympic Committee redesigning its flag logo. We already have a flag. We already have an anthem. All right, he's going to the report from Front Office Sports that Lift Every Voice and Sing, written as a poem by former NAACP leader, said the introduction of the song was being considered as one of the number of ways that the NFL is going to combat systemic racism, promote social justice, stadium signage, decals on the players' kits, helmets, and whatnot. 4th of July performance of that song by Vanessa Williams, sparking controversy via social media. Some say that this is just being divisive. Others say, well, the backlash is ridiculous. Hannity expressing his dismay at the prospect of an adaptation of the stars and stripes on the logo used by the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee. He said that they're considering whether to change how the American flag was depicted on promotional materials and documents. Now, while not being looked at as a replacement for the cloth of Old Glory, still unhappy that a redesign is being considered. Stop wasting your time and money with a redesign of the United States of America and the United States flag. I mean, the stars and stripes should be the only thing representing this country at the Olympics and the Paralympics. For the U.S. Olympic body, said they're in the early design stages of potentially exploring new brand executions for the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee after 2022. Okay. For what it's worth, controversy. Yeah, I mean, just the whole injecting politics into the sports world. It hasn't been a good thing from the very, very beginning. With that, though, let's get back to the calls. Tom, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning, Tom. Happy Monday.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
I'm so glad you're back on the air. I missed it so much when I couldn't listen to you on the radio.
Yeah, when they pulled the plug. Yeah, it's good to be here. Did you just recently find us?
Yeah, about 3 weeks ago. It took
Okay.
me a while. Your ad on 700 got me there.
Okay.
So let Kyle know, or Hot Shot, they did a good job putting that ad on there. So I was able to find you.
It's kind of funny how that whole thing worked out. I think it ran for like 2 nights, and then like management said, "What the hell's going on?" They tried to pull the plug on it, but Chad and Hotshot Secret sat down and said, "Hey, listen, we've got a signed agreement, we've got a contract here. Yeah, iHeart agreed to this and put the damn thing back on." So.
Well, that's how I found you. I'm a long-time listener. I don't call in. I listen every night. I'm a truck driver, been driving for years, but I'm glad you're back on. You give me 5 hours of peace and comfort.
All right, good
Something
deal.
I can listen to.
So do you do a regional thing, or are you like all over the country? What are you doing these days?
No, I do LTL.
Okay.
I work nights, but I'm home every morning.
There you go. All right.
Been doing it for 35 years. So
Wow.
I'm an old timer.
Yep, you've seen a lot of changes, haven't you?
Yeah, but I missed your show so bad, and I'm so glad. I had to have my grandson come over and help me hook you up to where I can get it. Now I can listen to you through my truck on my radio, and it's fantastic.
Using the app on the smartphone app?
Yep.
Good deal.
No, I've got the other one. I've got a LG, so I listen to it on the Google app.
Okay. All right. Very good.
But I've got Bluetooth in my truck, so it comes through my speakers in my truck. It's just like it used to be.
All right. That's great to hear. Well, good to have you with us.
I'm so glad you're back.
Well, helps.
Those guys they've got on 700 WL, Blind Man said Dumb and Dumber. I agree.
Well, thanks so much for the support. Don't be a stranger. And hey, you're a first-time caller. I got this little thing going. Have you tried any of the Hotshot Secret products yet, Tom? Are you familiar with their products?
I'm familiar, but I don't have a semi or anything.
Well, they've got a full line of products. They've got all kind of stuff for your automobile that could clean out your regular gas engine, pickup, whatever you've got. I'm taking your phone number down here, and I'm going to hook you up with a code for worth $60. You can go to the hotshotsecret.com, order whatever you'd like. I'd recommend, if you've got a gasoline engine, whatever it is, get you a bottle of what they call the Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Then they've got the Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme for the gas side. That'll get everything cleared out for you. And you can order $60 worth of merchandise. That'll include shipping. You won't pay a dime for whatever you'd like to order. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Sound like a winner. Then sometime you can give us a call back and you can say, hey, I did what you said. I tried these products out, and boy, oh boy, what a difference they made. Okay?
All right, I sure will.
All right. Just be watching in your text messages on your Android. They'll send you a text with the code to put in when you check out there on the website.
All righty, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to have you back with us on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go. All right. Getting the old gang back together. Frank says, morning, everybody. Listening in Rio Grande, Ohio, wherever that is. Let's see. Morning, Steve. Question, with the addition of Chad on the staff, will you get him to cover you as host? I don't know that that's the plan. Chad did. He did do radio on the on-air side. That's where he kind of started his career. Then got into kind of like the management side, the business side. But hey, we'll take that on and ask him about that. Tanker Yanker, number 78, checking in. Good to hear you. I stepped away for about 15 years. Wow. Stumbled across a podcast interview, and I found you here. Not up a whole lot overnight with the e-logs, but tonight I'm actually listening in. All right, Jim, well, whenever you're out there driving, whatever time of day, of course, you can listen back to the podcast on all the various podcast locations. Take your favorite and you find all the links there at overnightdriveradio.com. Buster Brown checking in. My first vacation since Thanksgiving starts July the 23rd. Starting this Friday, be out for 2 weeks. I am pumped up and ready to get vacation started. All right, hope you enjoy that. Everybody deserves a little time to get away. Let's see. James says, good morning, y'all. Checking in from Beaver Creek, Ohio. About to shut her down. Already wrapping up my Monday. Yeah, I'll be listening the rest of the night. Everybody be safe out there riding this morning. Thanks to all for checking in. Get back to your calls just ahead. They got the Monkey Gouger coming up next. Pappy's on the line. How about that combo back to back? There you go. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back in action here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Working our way into the 19th day of July. Good to have you with us. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Back on the road, are we?
We're back. Yeah, we're back. We're back trucking again.
I know you had to have good times at the Marina Del Rey. Did you blow up the pond there for the 4th of July?
Oh, Steve, we set the neighborhood on fire.
There you go.
All the grandchildren were there, but I'm gonna tell you something, Steve. I didn't get to enjoy no time home. I come down, right before I went on vacation. We went to the beach, and I got that upper respiratory disease that's going around.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you something. That thing kicked my butt. I mean, well, I was thinking about not taking the truck out there to Texas to have it fixed because I was feeling pretty rough, and then I got to feeling pretty good for about 2 or 3 days, so I loaded, went on out there. Now, I want you to listen to this, man. I am done with flying on airplanes. I'm done with airports. I'm done with TSA. I'm done with the whole damn shooting match. I got out there and dropped the truck off. They run me up to the airport. Well, I wasn't going to fly with my arm. I was going to leave my arm in the truck because I got an extra one at the house. I got 2 or 3 extra ones laying around. And that we was in such a hurry, I was running behind, so I really forgot to take it off. Wasn't thinking about the arm. I was just trying to point out, things and everything. So got to the airport, got up there to ticket agent, give him my ticket, went around there to that TSA. I'm gonna tell you something, boy. If they didn't put me through the damn ringer, I mean, you thought I had was fixed to bomb the place.
Really?
But I walked up there with that arm on, and the first thing they start doing is they start pointing and running around and dragging wands and Geiger counters and everything else. And this woman starts rubbing me down, swabbing me down. I said, what in the hell is going on here? Oh, we're checking you for gunpowder residue. And I said, what? Said, yeah, you just have to be the lucky one. So anyway, I'm standing there, and a group of non-speaking English people, I reckon they was Guatemalans or Samoans or whatever they was. They standing in the fast lane over there. They get checked for the TSA there. You can just go right on through. They went right on through. In the meantime, they got me over there, and they make me pull my shirt off, looking at my arm, and everything. And that guy, I said, you want me to disassemble the damn thing for you? He said, well, they don't know to get huffy about it. I said, just because I got an artificial arm, every time I fly, y'all start this bull crap, and I've about had enough of it. And so they took me around there off to the side there, and I had a carry-on thing there. It was just stuff going. I was carrying back to the house, my laptop, different things there, and they were going all through that like they was gonna find something. So anyway, they finally turned me loose. He said, "You can go around there and put your shirt and stuff on." My billfold, all my change, I had in my pocket, and a pair of keys laid out there for 10 minutes, but nobody watching it. Because, they make you take your billfold out, make you take your shoes off, do the whole 9 yards. So I was a little bit upset about that. I get my earful over that. So I went down there, and I had about an hour more to kill. So I went down there to the bar and had me 2 shots of Fireball. Everything was once I got on the plane, got set down, everything went fine. And so anyway, we're coming into Dallas, and I don't know what that pilot done, but everybody was getting off there holding their ears and yawning and trying to get their ears to pop. I went total deaf. I don't know where from me having that respiratory had anything to do with it, but I couldn't hear nothing, and kind of got vertigo. So I come out the airport. Debbie's hollering at me, and I'm standing up there, and I can't see her. Now, this is like 3 o'clock in the morning, because we got delayed in Dallas for 2 hours for weather, and I'm trying to find her and try to maintain my balance and everything. And she looked at me and said, "You drunk?" I said, "Baby, I ain't drunk." I said, I'm sick. And so next morning, they took me to the doctor, and he said, "Oh, boy." He said, "That thing has jumped on you with a vengeance." I mean a vengeance. So my 2 weeks off, I laid on the couch and watched a lot of TV. I got to see the grandkids at a distance. Did get to pop some firecrackers, but anyway, getting back on the airplane, go and get on the airplane, and I got to wear my arm back so I can drive the truck. went through the same bull crap all over again. I mean, the whole scenario, like it made me late getting on the plane. So anyway, when we got there to Dallas to change over, they always call for people, like handicap or special needs, to get on the plane first. And I've got wise to this. So I run up there and jump up the head of the line and go right on the plane and sit down. And I was sitting right behind first class. And this woman is raising mortal hell. One of them, she had a rock on her finger about big as the hood on this truck. She thought she was somebody special.
Ooh.
I don't know why that guy got to get on the airplane for I did and just blah, 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 blah. She bitched the airplane pilot, stewardesses, everybody. All you could hear was running her mouth. She started looking back at me. I'm just smiling. And she said, I'll fix him. He ain't going to get off this airplane first, I guarantee you. I said, girl, I got something to show you. So anyway, when the plane stopped, I grabbed my bag, and she seen me coming. She thought she was going to block me out the way, right?
Yeah.
She jumped up in the middle of the aisle. I just jumped around her. She tried to put her foot out to stop me, and I just moved her foot out the way and going off the airplane. And she's raising hell. Boy, she's raising hell. Well, guess who I had to ride from Dallas to Lubbock with? She was sitting right across the aisle from me. And boy, she was giving me the damn stare down. So I was sitting there laughing at her, and everything. Boy, you could tell she was mad as hell. So I said, well, she didn't beat me off the airplane in Dallas. I said, I'll just put it on her again. Well, she was fumbling around with her suitcase, and she went to pull it open, Steve, pull it out the overhead, the damn thing come out, open, there's all the underwear and the bras and stuff. Man, we was laughing at her. That woman turned red as a damn beet, boy. And you couldn't have poured water on her and cooled her off there. I said, well, I made her day. So I went off, got off the airplane, and everything got off pretty damn, everything come along pretty damn good. But I'm about over this mess. You're feeling pretty good, but when I was out there, I was in the motel Thursday night. I meant to call you, and I just lay down and went to sleep. But anyway, I get up Friday morning. What the hell did I miss?
All the little spat between neighbor Dave and Steve, the caller Steve.
Yeah, that waterhead was just, man, I guarantee you one thing, he got him an earful. We burned him up on Facebook. I don't know if you've seen any of it or not.
I don't know. Lisa was reading a stream yesterday from, I think she was on the Overnight Drive page. I spend most of my time on my Steve Sommers page. My original Steve Sommers page. I know they've got like this Steve Sommers Overnight Drive fan page with the Outcast, and you've got the regular, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page. And I'm not sure which one she was reading from, but it sounds like all of a sudden some of the trolls are showing back up, like good old times. Talking about how soon this show's going to fail. What's his name? Old Welfare Ed's back with us again. Good old Welfare Ed. I guarantee there's some using undercover names. What's this? Is that old Robert from Missouri? I don't know. He might be one of them out there. But, well, the only problem is they can't call and bitch to San Antone anymore because I don't work for them. And they can try to get a hold of Chris, and he'll tell them where to stick it, where the sun don't shine. They can complain all they want. Have at it, boys. Hey, let me get a quick time. I got to get my news break. We'll come back and finish up there and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The largest of more than 70 wildfires burning in the western United States has grown to an area the size of Los Angeles. The bootleg fire in southern Oregon has scorched nearly 300,000 acres in and around the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Fire officials say the blaze is 22% contained and has destroyed at least 67 homes. Authorities have expanded the mandatory evacuation zone around the blaze, more than 2,000 people now being told to get out. Firefighters say gusty winds have been hampering their efforts at containing the blaze. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closing the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving a threat. An extensive search of the bridge found nothing, and it was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Rolling into a Monday. Settle back in. Back to the old grind, as they say. All right, welcome back, Monkey Gouger. Just go back to the podcast Friday morning. Listen to the final hour of the show. You'll see what you missed.
Okay, I appreciate you holding me over. I just happened to wake up and look at it, and I thought, I said that guy right there has no concept of what's going on. Steve, I've said this many times. I've been with you ever since you took over the show. 2004, 2005. A bunch of us have, and we're up at night, and this show offers a service to the truckers. You'll talk about anything under the sun, trucking, politics, football, NASCAR, good-looking women, fishing, hunting, whatever we want to talk about, you cover it. So I don't know why these people want to run their damn mouth and never call the show, but they know everything that goes on it so they can criticize.
Right.
And it just peels me sometimes, but anyway, that's my rant for tonight. And I want to tell that donut eater, hello, and stay away from the Krispy Kremes.
The donut eater. All right. There you go, Pappy. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, how the heck do you follow the monkey spanker?
Uh-huh.
How is that possible to follow him? It's like Smokey and the Bandit Part 3. How you doing there, Monkey Gouger? Hey, listen, Monkey Gouger. Listen. Congratulations to you and your beautiful wife.
Oh, yeah, 29 years. Yeah.
Fantastic, my man. Congratulations.
Man, I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody that give us congratulations and everything. I tell you, it seemed like we just got married yesterday. That woman is, I don't know how she puts up with me, but she does.
Right.
It's been the best 29 years of my life. Well, we really been together 30 because we lived in sin for a year before we decided to seal the deal. She got out of bad divorce, and I got out of bad divorce. And, I'll tell you a quick story. I dated her sister back in high school.
Ruh-roh.
and she hated my guts. And so anyway, I went through a bad divorce. She went through a bad divorce. I was going to the lake, and I had JJ in the shopping cart, and I was pushing him down the shopping cart. Down the aisle there, he was grabbing us. I said, grab that, because we was in a hurry to get to the lake, and I run all over. Bam-a-lam! And she turned around and said, you can't drive that damn thing. I said, well, I didn't see you standing up there. And so we got to talking, and one thing and another, and I told her, why don't you come on go to the lake with us? You ain't got nothing else to do. And she said, well, I was going to go back home and watch TV. I said, come on. Go to the lake with us. So me and her, we went to the lake, and the old saying, she fed me and I stuck around, and it's been, I tell you what, it's been 30 years. We've had some ups and downs. You know how it is when you in the trucking business, but we worked through them, and it's just been a great marriage.
That's true country boy form there, Monkey Gouger. Let's go to the lake. That's what we call good form, right?
Good form. We're good form. I'm gonna get out your way and let you talk a little bit. I just had to throw. What? Where are you rolling and patrolling tonight? You over there guarding the Krispy Kreme again tonight?
You know I am.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're keeping up on that reputation because it looked like you had a big old fat burrito in your mouth on that picture.
Yeah. Well, you keep calling that cow manure is what you need to worry about.
Look here, you all have a good night, Pappy. You be safe. It's great talking to y'all. We'll get back in here tomorrow night and roust them up again.
All right. Good to hear
Thanks,
from you,
sir.
Monkey
Be safe.
Gouger. What was that in your mouth? A stick of dynamite or what?
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay.
Oh, man. That's like trying to follow Trump after he gives a speech, when the old Gouger comes on.
Yeah, right.
What a guy. Listen, Steve, this whole NFL thing, the way I look at it is my country comes before any sports team, man. Any sports team that's going to dog the military, dog the police, dog this country, kneel down on the national anthem is not getting my support. If somebody else wants to watch them, you do you, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But not this cat. Not this cat. And, if I say anything stupid on this show, Steve, you can feel free to call me some names, man. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. We're all big boys and big girls. But with that said, to do it on live radio, I think we know the answer to that.
Yeah. Well, it's...
Hey, let me ask you something, Steve. Trump saved this country, no matter if he runs again or not. Could you imagine if Trump would have never won in 2016?
Yeah, where would we be today? Yeah, because he paused that whole, the New World Order agenda, the Great Reset. He put everything on the back burner for 4 years.
And he got, the FBI, the CIA, who are all going rogue, the liberal communists, the media, he got all these people to show their true colors, Steve. We would have never known all this Spygate, all this other stuff that was going on. We would have never known, Steve. Never known.
Yep.
And you think our country's in a pickle now? I just think back if Hillary would have got elected, where would we be today? So.
Well, you heard me mention on Friday morning, the fact that Marsha Black, kind of odd that just the night before we were talking about whatever happened to the Durham report. Marsha Blackburn's asking the same thing. They penned a letter, I guess, last week saying, where is it? Where does this stand? Why have we never got the results of this investigation?
It's been almost 2 years, Steve.
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking up on the 6th floor. We were like, I'll probably be out in the spring. I might be out in the summer. It's all rolling around.
And then remember, you go back, was it like 60 days before the election or whatever, when then William Barr said, well, it made it sound like they were done, but we can't release anything because we don't want to interfere with the election. Well, now we're 6 months post-election, and we still haven't heard anything.
Yes, sir. I don't know if we're going to. I don't know. Time will see. Time will tell, I guess.
Yeah.
But, this whole Hunter Biden, there's more stuff coming out on that, I don't know. Maybe, when Biden resigns, which is probably going to happen here in the next few months, and unfortunately the vice president becomes president, then maybe all the Hunter Biden stuff will come out,
Maybe.
Time will tell. All right, sir. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you very much. And, oh, by the way, I did, after the show Friday morning, I tuned into the nearly 2-hour hearing there in Maricopa County, where they divulged the whole 74,000 ballots that they had no record of ever being sent out that showed up. There was an interview then later on Saturday afternoon with the guy doing the forensics part of that investigation who said, essentially, you ain't heard nothing yet. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm anxious to see what in the world came out in Maricopa County.
Rachel Maddow's in full meltdown, Steve. Full meltdown. This is big. Stand by.
Stand by.
Getting ready to.
Yep.
Battleship's getting ready to fire.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you much, Pappy. Enjoy your. Guess this is your final week off, right? Got to go back on the 26th. It's another whole week of relaxing there. Yeah, a little fun. Yeah, you got a better week this week. Maybe an opportunity to enjoy some of that outdoor activity you've been wanting to do. All right, who we got? The Backdoor Bandit coming up next. We got Philip checking in from Florida. Room for you on a Monday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I saw the report that officials in Arkansas offering $2,000 reward information regarding the identity of a man who shot into an occupied semi-truck. Back on July the 2nd, Crittenden County, Arkansas, according to Fox 13 Memphis, the suspect parked on the shoulder of I-55 near the old bridge, fired 3 or 4 rounds into the rig, which also stopped on the shoulder. Trucker was not injured in the incident, but the truck did sustain some damage from the rounds. Trucker didn't report the crime until he had already traveled into Tennessee. Suspect vehicle described as a dark-colored Chevy Malibu. So try to think back there. July the 2nd, Crittenden County, Arkansas, I-55 near the old bridge there. Anybody with any information, urged to call Crime Stoppers at 870-732-4444. And you can remain anonymous, as they say, with the whole Crime Stoppers thing. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls. Is it the Backdoor Bandit, I believe? Morning.
How are you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
You know, you're talking about, well, good. You're talking about, people getting the vaccination. I work in the entertainment business. I haul entertainment. We have to be vaccinated or we cannot go on a tour. And it's sort of like, if you're not going out there. In our industry, we have to be. And, it's just like the tour I'm starting this today is I had to give them a vaccination card, and some of these venues are making me send that vaccination card to them. It's crazy.
There's more and more occupations. I see I think somebody sent me an email. Like you remember the whole health group down in Houston, which 100 and some thousand people worked for. I think there's a couple of groups here in Ohio that just announced they're mandating, that's Georgia, two Georgia hospital groups requiring vaccine. Again, more and more, I think there's a lot of people that are going to be required to get it who maybe don't want to get it.
Yeah, and it's, the pandemic basically shut our industry off, and we had to, we just hauled regular freight till it came back. But that was one of the requirements, telling us, this is what we have to do. And, I don't want to, if you don't want to work in the industry, you better go get the shot, because we had a couple guys at our place that said, no, they're not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the boss basically said, well, go haul regular freight then. So it's crazy. And want to thank Chris for all he does. I started using the treatment, and it's actually changed the way my truck runs. Feels better. So I use the everyday diesel. I did the extreme, like he told me.
Yep.
Double shotted it.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different feel in the motor in my truck.
How about that?
Yeah, it's great. And I'm glad you're back on the air, because after we load out every night, you're on there, and you keep us going till the wee hours of the morning.
That's the goal. That's what we're here for. All right, good to hear from you, Backdoor Bandit. Thanks for checking in.
You're welcome.
Have a good morning. All right. Yeah, I'm looking here at the story of Georgia. Georgia is one of those states where most of them have not been vaccinated. As of last Tuesday, 39% of Georgians were fully vaccinated. But more and more hospitals are requiring employees to be fully vaccinated or be fired. 2 hospital groups in Georgia that have announced mandating vaccines for employees, with very few exceptions. Not all healthcare workers think that mandates make the patients or them safe, though. They may have no recourse. Atlanta-based Piedmont Healthcare, which operates 11 hospitals, announcing last week they're now beginning to require all 23,000 employees be fully vaccinated. No employee can refuse, with few exceptions. As of September 1st, all new Piedmont employees, as well as physicians and providers, will be in that group required to get the shots. Rest of the employees will be included later. Only one other hospital group in Georgia so far, St. Mary's Healthcare System, is requiring employees of their 3 hospitals to be vaccinated. St. Mary's said most of their employees already are. Emory Healthcare out of Atlanta is encouraging but not yet requiring vaccination. They said more than 2/3 of their workforce had received their shots voluntarily. Emory said, we're not requiring vaccination for employees while the vaccines are under emergency use authorization. We will continue to review ongoing safety and effectiveness data. And in other words, it sounds like once it gets full FDA approval, they'll probably be requiring it. It was just a month ago when Houston Methodist became the first in the country to require staff to get the vaccination. About 150 refused out of 24,000. And yes, those 150 lost their job, including a veteran registered nurse, Jennifer Bridges, who just, for whatever reason, does not believe the vaccines are proven safe. And Bridges said none of her patients ever ask her if she's vaccinated. Never did they care if I was vaccinated. We all wear proper PPE anyway, so vaccinated or not, we're not going to spread anything. Federal judge in Houston ruled the hospital does indeed have the right to mandate vaccinations and fire protesters. That kind of set the legal precedent. Still 2 weeks ago, Georgia Health News reported that nationwide, a disturbing number of hospital workers are still unvaccinated. 1 in 4 on average have not got their shots. According to Becker's Hospital Review, 31 hospitals and health systems in the country are now requiring vaccination except for those with medical or religious exemptions. So hundreds of thousands of hospital employees are under the mandate. More being added to the list every day, they tell us, joining the 2 hospital groups in Georgia. And they provided the official statements from Piedmont Healthcare and St. Mary's Healthcare there in Georgia, what Emory Healthcare has to say. Like I said, I don't think they're going to require it until they get to the full FDA approval, which I don't know how long that's actually going to take. Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. Steve, did you get a chance to see Chase Elliott win Saturday night's SRX race in Nashville, Tennessee? I did not get to catch that, Dave. Actually, we were all sitting outside and just having a little, enjoying the time under a beautiful night. The stars shining, just chatting with some neighbors and friends. But sounds like I missed a good one there. Nashville, Tennessee. Chase Elliott finishing first. Tony Stewart second. Bill Elliott finishing third. How about that? Chase and Bill in the same race, battling, father and son battling each other. I'll have to catch it in the archives. But yeah, good to have you. Listen in there, Wheelchair Dave. Back to the calls momentarily. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The largest of more than 70 wildfires burning in the western United States has grown to an area the size of Los Angeles. The bootleg fire in southern Oregon has scorched nearly 300,000 acres in and around the Fremont-Winema National Forest. Fire officials say the blaze is 22% contained and has destroyed at least 67 homes. Authorities have expanded the mandatory evacuation zone around the blaze, more than 2,000 people now being told to get out. Firefighters say gusty winds have been hampering their efforts at containing the blaze. And Michigan's Mackinac Bridge was closed for several hours Sunday because of a bomb threat. Police closing the bridge linking the upper and lower peninsulas of the state after receiving a threat. An extensive search of the bridge found nothing, and it was reopened for traffic about 3 hours later. The Mackinac Bridge is the longest suspension bridge in the Western Hemisphere. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
An effort to recall Alaska's governor will be allowed to go forward. Jeremy Scott has more.
The Alaska Supreme Court has ruled that a recall effort against Governor Mike Dunleavy can go forward. A recall committee filed an application to remove the governor, alleging he lacked fitness, was incompetent, and neglected his duties. The Alaska Division of Elections denied the application, saying it was not legally or factually sufficient. The recall committee challenged the division's decision in the state Superior Court, which ruled the recall application was valid. The state appealed that court decision to the Alaska Supreme Court, which ruled on Friday that the allegations in the recall petition are legally sufficient. Dunleavy, a Republican, has 17 months left on his term. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And tennis star Coco Gauff becomes the latest athlete to pull out of the Tokyo Olympics. Gauff tweeting on Sunday that she tested positive for COVID and would be forced to miss the games. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. Yeah. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Calls for the United States to support the Cuban people who began protesting against their country's communist regime last week continue to grow as more protests of support have been held in South Florida. Representative Maria Salazar says that the protests have been the result of the Cuban people losing their fear of the regime. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that supplying the island with unfiltered internet would support the protests by allowing them to organize.
And now the United States needs to step up, and specifically President Biden needs to redress that historical betrayal that happened during Bay of Pigs. This is the moment when the Democratic administration, and I am a Republican congresswoman, but it doesn't matter. The Democrats have the historical duty right now to redress what happened in Bay of Pigs and say, yes, Cubans, we're with you. How? Well, by just turning on the internet. And why internet right now is the most urgent step? Because that way we'll let the people of Cuba know that they're not alone and that they can go out back into the street, more and more people, and demand freedom. And then we will be watching, the whole world will be watching how they're treated, how they're tortured, how they're being beaten on the streets. And that will change everything because the Cubans lost the fear.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Narabi.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we're back. There you go. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, got a Monday underway. Welcome into the 19th day of July. Close out the weekend. Trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, but Double R called during the first hour there. He's talking about, I think he said he had a Chevy Bolt. Part of the load that he's hauling. Actually had a story about the Chevy Bolt, the electric vehicle. It may have taken another hit this past week. A warning from General Motors asking Bolt owners to refrain from charging their cars while unattended or parking their electric vehicles inside. Yes, they don't want it in your garage. The warning earlier last week, out of an abundance of caution, they say, after 2 separate Bolt vehicles caught fire following repairs that, somewhat ironically, were intended to address a recall from last year regarding a battery defect that posed a fire risk in the Chevy Bolt electric vehicles. GM says the warning pertains to Bolt EVs from 2017 to 2019 that were subject to the original recall, in which some of the batteries produced by LG Chem were found to have the potential to catch fire when fully charged or near full capacity. One of the original fixes for the Bolt fire risk was develop some new software that would cap the charging of your battery at 90%, which GM said fully mitigates the fire risk. As part of the ongoing recall, GM has been servicing the Bolt vehicles by checking and replacing battery module assemblies as necessary, as well as installing new onboard diagnostic software. Unfortunately, it seems these repairs may not have fully addressed the issue now that 2 other vehicles that were serviced already caught on fire. Now, GM said that any Bolt owners who have not already brought their vehicle in for service should still visit a local dealer while they continue the investigation. The bigger issue is that even if the recent battery fires are limited to a handful of cases, warning people not to charge their cars while unattended or park them indoors eliminates a whole lot of the convenience you get from owning an electric vehicle. Depending on what kind of charger you use, it can take up to 9.5 hours or longer to fully recharge a Bolt. Meanwhile, for anyone who owns a garage, that request to park your vehicle outside suddenly makes an important part of their house much less useful. All right, if you're a Bolt owner and you have yet to contact GM or Chevy or your local dealer, GM recommends visit the Chevy Recall site, which they've got up and running. Chevy Recall, I guess just do a Google search and find that. But all right, so with that, back to the phones we go. And hello to Philip in Florida. Happy Monday.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing all right. Back to the old grind here.
Yeah, me too. Hey, it's funny you were talking about them Chevy Volts and them electric cars. A lot of people don't know it right now. I found this out the other day. The fire departments are now going through special training in case they have incidents with electric cars. Have you seen anything about that, Steve?
I have not.
Seminole County, Florida, which is like around the Sanford, Altamont area, they've just invested a few $100,000. They've actually bought a Tesla, a used one, and they've used it for practice. But they have these special equipment that picks the car up and turns it kind of tilts it up sideways to where they can get the water underneath it to get the batteries cool. And then they also have to use a special spray on the battery. They can't use like a foam solution. They've got a special solution that they put on the battery to cool it off. They can't just like throw the foam on there and the water on there like they used to. So it's challenging the fire departments too now. They had to go through a bunch of training with it, and they're investing a lot of money. I mean, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's just this one fire department invested, and I can just imagine what Chicago or New York or any of the rest of them were. And the gentleman was talking about vaccinating earlier, and he's in the entertainment business. Well, I got news for everybody. Look up what makes up majority of the entertainment business as far as politics goes. And that's about all I'm going to say on that. You know what I'm talking about, Steve?
Yeah.
Don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what's going to mandate what we're going to do. Now, as far as legality goes with it, my legality aspect, and I'd kind of like to talk to a lawyer about this, like John Morgan or some of those guys. With all these companies going to their inclusion plans, and a lot of the big companies have the inclusion plan, part of the process with that inclusion plan is to work for somebody, you don't need to tell them whether you're vaccinated or not. And guess what? Somebody said about their employer asking them about being vaccinated. With the inclusion plans, and a lot of these big companies have, if they even come and ask you about it, you have a right to sue them. So there's something that we got to look at it from the legality aspect. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, right. That's especially while it's under the emergency use authorization.
Absolutely. Without emergency, that's just emergency use only. It's not FDA approved. So when they show me more concrete proof, we'll see how that works out. Am I vaccinated or not? Ain't nobody's business. Have a nice day. I still wear my mask. And you know what? The cases are going up down here in Florida. They've been going up. And everybody thinks they're impervious because they've got that vaccine. Well, I got news for you, folks. If you're going to go to Walt Disney World places and you're going to be in there with a bunch of people, I think you might want to wear your mask anyway. You know what I mean, Steve? So,
and I'm seeing,
I don't know what these people think.
I think it was Israel that I've got the story over here. Israel announced that I guess their research into this whole Delta variant thing, that apparently the Pfizer vaccine is not offering a whole lot of protection against the Delta variant.
And that is what they're having the problem with down here in Florida and a lot of states is the Delta variant. That's what they say on the news down here, the local news all the time, that it's the Delta variant that's causing the problems. It's actually got Jerry Demings, who's the mayor of Orange County, rethinking about mask policies. It's got a lot of them thinking about it. And the thing that gets me about this whole vaccine, Steve, is a lot of people, well, I'm doing it for my mom and dad because I don't want to give it to them. I'm doing it for this. Well, I got news for you. You get caught, you can catch it still with the vaccine.
Yes.
It might be lighter on you. You might not have as many symptoms. You might not be in the hospital hooked up to a ventilator, but you know what? You can still spread it to your mom and dad with the vaccine. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what gets me. I hear it all the time. Well, I got to get it because of my parents. I got to get it because of this loved one has a medical issue, or that's going on with somebody else that's got a medical issue. Well, that's fine and dandy. Go get it. But you can still go out and catch COVID. Might not be good. Might not be as powerful on you, but you know what? You can still be a spreader and spread it onto another person. So I don't know. It just drives me nuts when I see these people. They think they're impervious because they've got the vaccine. I'm Superman or something. It's like, yo, wait a minute. That vaccine, you ain't Superman. You can still catch it. It might be lighter on you, but you can still spread it. And that's what the government ain't really talking to us about. And that's what kind of gets me bent out of shape when I can't hear people talking about, well, we can't say nothing about it on Facebook now because it's the Surgeon General. And by the way, Monkey Gouger, happy anniversary. I'm glad y'all are doing good. We just got 33 in, and hope y'all have many more. And it was good to hear you tonight. And that's pretty much all I got to say. Oh, by the way, Steve, do you know the FAA is messing with Elon Musk again? Did you hear anything about that?
I did not. No. Now what are they doing?
Okay, so you know they stacked that big tower up down there at Boca Chica. And I think this is somebody trying to start some crap on the internet. But Elon Musk and the FAA had a little talk about that tower back in May. And there were some letters that were put in between them about that tower. But I don't get why they're still building the tower if the FAA had a problem with it back in May. Seems like back in May they would have canceled it back then. Yeah. But there's speculation that the FAA might have him tear that tower down, which I don't think is going to happen. And they say that possibly could push back the Starship program, which I don't know. I just think it's a lot of internet junk because it seemed like to me you wouldn't be spending as much money as he's spending a day on cranes and people working and metal and all the stuff that he's working down in Boca Chica, to have the FAA say, oh, tear it all down. I don't think he's going to do that. I mean, that thing it's 40 stories tall or more. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to get that tore down. What do you think, Steve?
That'd be quite interesting. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of competition. You think, like, what's his name, Bezos, might be trying to throw some monkey wrenches into his path?
Yeah, you were talking about earlier about these internet folks that want to be hypocritical to you and take your show off the air and all that kind of garbage. Well, it's all over the place. It ain't you. It's with the space programs. It's with everything. And Bezos, he's getting ready. I mean, it's coming Tuesday. So we'll see how he does there, straight up and down. I hope everything goes all right for those folks. But I would be keeping an eye on right now with the space stuff. Keep an eye on the Chinese. They're putting more stuff up, and they're doing a lot more on their space station than what's to be known. I mean, I think they're sitting in there. And by the way, who in the heck thinks that we're going to go over and attack Cuba to make them people free? Do you think we're actually going to do that, Steve?
No, but I mean, as I heard in the news update there, whoever that was speaking about it, you turned their internet back on to let them know that they do have the support of the U.S. and people here and elsewhere around the world. Because, I guess right now they're fearful of being cracked down on and that nobody's going to be there to help them.
The one thing that puzzles me the most out of the whole situation over there in Cuba is if those people wanted to, they could take their country back. I really do believe they could take their country back. But the one thing that puzzles me is they're not going out of there in droves. Seems like to me, if you had such a bad situation and you were sitting in that much of trouble, I mean, look at the people in Venezuela. Look at the people that were involved in that hurricane last year in Nicaragua that came up through Mexico. Seems like to me, if you really hated it as much as you say you hated it, you'd be finding a way to get out of there. Wouldn't you think, Steve?
You would think.
All right. So that's what I don't understand about this situation. Okay. It seems like to me there's enough people on that island. If they wanted to take it, they could take it. Because I know that if they can't update their cars, I know they sure can't update their weaponry and what they got going on militarily, unless they are holding a card that they don't want to let nobody know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying I said it before on here, you got to watch Russia. You got to watch Russia. They are still in with Russia. I don't know how much, though, but they're in with somebody.
Yeah,
the government still got to have.
Who was it last week? I can't recall. Was it Tucker Carlson or someone? Someone was alluding to the fact that don't be surprised if Russia doesn't send some special forces over there to help take back control of the streets. Yes,
I believe that. Something just ain't right with that picture for me. So, well, that's all I got to say today, bud. You have a good one. We'll talk to you
Thanks for checking in. Gotcha. Have a great morning. Our number is 844-844-3388. I've got the scoop from top Israeli officials warning that the Pfizer COVID vaccine is, quote, significantly less effective at combating the Delta variant of the Chinese virus. Get more of the rest of the story just ahead. Hang in there. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, according to Israel's top officials, they say we don't know exactly to what degree the vaccine helps. Now, that's the Pfizer vaccine. But it is significantly less, according to the Prime Minister. Yeah, the Delta strain, which is, of course, the one that first identified in India, now makes up a large portion of the new cases here in the U.S. as well as the U.K. In Britain in recent days, they said we've seen a jump in the number of children being hospitalized. This is a development we are aware of, where we're dealing with it rationally and responsibly. For months, Israel has relied heavily on the Pfizer COVID vaccine, the mRNA technology. More than 5.7 million Israelis have received at least one dose. Pfizer officials did not immediately respond for request. Of course, the Delta variant, meanwhile, is prompting concerns that governments around the world may begin to reimpose lockdowns and mask requirements in a bid to curb the spread. For months, officials in the U.S. and elsewhere promised that mass vaccination campaigns would bring an end to the lockdowns and other COVID requirements. Now, with the rise of the Delta infections among vaccinated people, it's not clear what the next steps are going to be. Lockdowns have been flagged as being ineffective in several studies. One conducted by the University of Southern California and the RAND Corporation found that shelter-in-place orders did not actually save lives. We use an event study framework to quantify changes in the number of excess deaths after the implementation of a shelter-in-place policy. We find following the implementation, excess mortality increases. Researchers, according to the paper published by the National Bureau of Economic Research. It's pretty much something I've been saying from the very damn beginning. You lock everything down, everybody has to stay home, all right, you slow the spread, but then when things open up, the virus is still there, it's not going anywhere, and even amongst the vaccinated population, they can still catch and spread it. It's still there. So suddenly, mortality rates go up when you open things up again. They've been on this vicious cycle. I think, Sylvester could probably look into that because he's in Australia. They're back on lockdown again. In the UK, researchers with several top universities said that about 5 times as many children died from suicide and related trauma than from COVID. They specifically concluded lockdowns are far more detrimental to children's health than the virus itself. Israel is considering a new lockdown due to the variant. That, according to one source. During his remarks the other day, the prime minister said, "Our goal is to allow routine life to continue with adjustments." It's not clear whether that would include lockdowns. We hope to see a slowdown, but the facts at the moment are that there isn't a slowdown, not here and not around the world. It was another Israeli official that said, no, lockdowns are not on the table. I don't know how we've come back to talk about lockdowns. We're not at a place of considering a lockdown during the holiday period in September. But again, other places around the world have again begun implementing lockdowns on July 18th, yesterday. Thailand's government announced restrictions, including curfews in Bangkok and other areas, while suspending most domestic flights. Who is that amongst our listening friend that's been waiting to go back to Thailand for months and months and months, and he thought he was going to get to go here? It looks like that's going to probably be off. Yeah, they're suspending most domestic flights once again. Of course, in Australia, on the 17th, Sydney ordered harsh new restrictions. They've gone so far as shutting down construction on buildings, banning non-essential retail sales, in other words, shutting down businesses, threatening to fine employers that do not comply there. How many times can we go through that kind of a up and down cycle? It's heat wave. Yes, sir. Hello, senor.
Senor, thank you again for taking me back. Hey, I took the Pfizer. I'm not afraid to admit it. I took it because the VA kept calling me saying, when do you want to get your appointment set up? When do you want to get your appointment set up? When do you want to get... It's like, fine, I'll take the damn thing. And ever since I've taken that second shot back the Saturday before Easter, I have got a spot on my shoulder inside the shoulder blade area where if I move my arm a certain way, it's an involuntary son of a, whatever.
Yeah.
But it hurts. I can point to my doctors in my doctor's office to the spot and say, this is where it's at. Now, a couple of days after I got the shot, I noticed I was hurting pretty bad. So I called the VA and they says, well, we'll forward your concern to the manufacturer. So a manufacturer's representative called me like 2 hours later and they says, yeah, you're going to have some discomfort. That's an after effect. I said, okay, well, when is this going to end? Well, we really don't
know.
Easter today. Damn, that hurts still. So, and it's just a normal movement of the arm, and it may not hurt doing it for 9 times. You do it your 10th time, it's like, son of a, it'll bring you to tears just about. Oh, it brings me almost to tears.
Wow.
Well, they say I'm a teddy bear anyway, so I'm probably susceptible to tears. But, so, and I thought they had said before that the Pfizer was the most effective against the East Indian variant. Did they lie to us, or did they just not tell us the whole truth? Like, well, it's okay, but, So, anyways, no, what I wanted to talk about was the earlier in the show, you were talking about the young lady that got run over by a set of triples at a stoplight. And, for us that haul doubles, and I've hauled triples, and I've hauled Rocky Mountain doubles, which is a 48 with a pup behind it. Your setup is a little earlier, making a right turn than what you would say hauling a 48 or a 53-foot trailer, because the idea is the sooner you set up to make your right-hand turn, you don't want to go over the line separating a two lanes going the same direction, you still want to stay within your turn,
Mm-hmm.
and you want to keep that back tire of that back trailer off of that curb. You never want to curb a turn with the tire. So you start your setup a little earlier, like say maybe 4 feet, than you would if you had a 48 or a 53. You hang that turn wide to the outside, but stay within the lane itself when you're completing your right-hand turn. Stay to the dotted line, and then once that back trailer makes that corner, then you go ahead and angle back in to the center of your lane that you're trying to get into. So, there's a lot of people that want to try to push their way in between the trailer and the curb, and then they get the front end ripped off, and then they wonder how in the hell that happened. It's like, well, two things: you weren't either you weren't paying attention, or the truck driver did not set it up properly. And I'm sure this lady on the bicycle had no idea what was about to befall her, and it could have been that she was distracted. Maybe she had the headset on. Maybe she was texting on her phone. But I mean, if you're going to be on a bicycle around heavy equipment or even cars, you really ought to be more self-aware of the situation around you. The greatest example I can ever give you is an empty aluminum can and a bicycle. Well, that can's going to lose every time. A bicycle compared to an automobile, that bicycle's going to lose every time. An automobile compared to a semi, that car's going to lose every time. A semi compared to a train, well, that train's going to win every time. You're going to lose no matter what. So, but yeah, that's the education for tonight, I guess. Like I said, after the show, hours 6, 7, and 8, and however long after that.
All coming up. All right, looking forward to it. All right, you got it. I'm a little behind for our news break here, bottom of the hour. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue over a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package as a group of senators try to produce a bill that can be brought to the floor of the Senate this week. Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman saying on CNN's State of the Union Sunday that a provision to fund an expansion of the Internal Revenue Service for greater enforcement of tax laws was removed from the bill as part of those negotiations.
One reason it's not part of the proposal is that we did have pushback. Another reason is that we found out that the Democrats were going to put a proposal into the reconciliation package, which was not just similar to the one we had, but with a lot more IRS enforcement. So that created quite a problem because the general agreement is that this is the bipartisan negotiated infrastructure package and that we will stick with that. And President Biden, to his credit, said that we will not be renegotiating these items in the reconciliation package.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, who all else checking in this morning? Fred is with us. Morning, Fred. Fred says, morning, Steve. Morning, everybody. Welcome in. Let's see. Keith checking in from Ritzville, Washington. Perfect Stranger. Morning, Steve. Don't forget your reset. Uh-oh. Let's see. 63 raining in southwest New Hampshire. Have a great Monday. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do have a reset. I got to do that here in the next 20 minutes or so. Uh-oh. Let's see. Mark says, another great week starting. God bless you. All of the drivers out there, a.k.a. Pastor Mark. Thanks for being with us, Pastor Mark. And let's see. Fred says, you don't flee your country if you loved your country and want to make it better. And with all the false reporting about the virus and the vaccine, how can anyone trust what comes out now in the new reports? And Dave listening in. Morning, Dave. I guess that was kind of some scary moments at Six Flags Hurricane Harbor Splashtown in Spring, Texas over the weekend. At least 65 people undergoing decontamination with a hazmat team following a chemical leak. The chemicals involved are believed to be hypochlorite solution and 35% sulfuric acid, causing minor skin and inhalation irritation, according to the Harris County Fire Marshal. Firefighters decontaminated 39 people at the scene who refused transport to a local hospital. Another 26 were transported to hospitals for further treatment. Exact cause of the incident not yet known. Officials say the chemical leak was contained to one attraction at the park. Officials ordered the park closed while the incident is being investigated. Spokesperson for Six Flags said guests started feeling ill about 2:30 Saturday afternoon. Safety of our guests and team members always our highest priority. The park was immediately cleared as we try to determine the cause. The hazmat team and pollution control department assisting the spring fire department. There was a water park attendee that told KHOU that she and her children were at the kiddie pool when they began to experience a burning sensation. I just kept wondering why it was burning, she said. Yeah, she said that she and the children seemed to be okay after the incident. Yeah, I'm guessing they're also those that had to be decontaminated, as they say. Kind of scary. And this is Shark Week. And fascinating new research reveals something rare, kind of scary, and exciting does indeed happen in Midwestern waters. A study from the Journal of the Marine and Fishery Sciences says that sharks have been spotted twice in the Mississippi River near St. Louis in the past 84 years. One of those sharks was caught near Alton, Illinois, September of 1937. We're talking 1,700 plus miles from the Gulf of Mexico. It weighed 84 pounds. It was about a 5-foot long shark. At the time, the lock and dam at Alton was the first major obstruction going north on the Mississippi River. The other shark was caught in 1995 at the Rush Island Power Station near St. Louis. Most bull sharks in freshwater have been reported in Florida and Louisiana, but it's extremely rare to have them travel over 1,000 miles upriver. Researchers have some theories about why the sharks would travel that far to the north. One hypothesis that this may be new behavior. The other idea is that sharks have a wide global range. It may be deeply rooted in the evolutionary history of the species. Other than the two examples over 84 years, no other records of bull sharks in the Midwest. There's one more idea that researchers have as to why the sharks would be spotted that far to the north. The third hypothesis is simply that the tendency of the bull shark to move into the upper Mississippi River is rare and anomalous to the point of being unprecedented in North America. They believe the subject of sharks in the upper Mississippi rivers needs more research to find the answers. Can you imagine that? Spotting a shark? Yeah, way up 1,000 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. That's pretty crazy. All right, back to the phones we go. Rainmaker, hey, good morning.
Hello, Steve, or as they say in Thai, Sawadee Kap, Steve. Yeah, I'm the one that's getting ready to go to Thailand.
That's you. Okay, all right. I couldn't remember who it was. So it sounds like they got you shut. They got you shut out again.
No, not really, I've already got my visa, and all I'm waiting now is my certificate of entry since, you know, my wife is Thai, so I'm a spouse to a Thai national, so I can go. And the only thing is I'll have to quarantine and everything, but I've been keeping up with everything and trying to learn as much as I can learn, you know?
Sure.
We have the choice to make our own decisions, right? By doing research.
Mm-hmm.
But Thailand supposedly was opening up to tourists the 1st of July for like South Thailand. I live up in the northeastern part. So, but I've been trying to find out more. You know, I like to get the vaccine if it's safe, but I don't think it's safe, you know? I have the artificial heart valve. I'm on blood thinners. I had the aortic aneurysm cut out. So I want to make sure I don't do anything that's going to jeopardize my heart. And, you know, the Johnson & Johnson, they said that causes blood clots. And then there was another one that was causing inflammation of the heart. And then now there's a report about blood platelets, your blood count's low. Well, I've had issues with internal bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
I've had one time I was in Minot, North Dakota, and had to have 4 units of blood given to me because I was losing blood somehow. And my daughter-in-law, her father used to be a truck driver. Now he owns his own taxi cab company. And I was up visiting my grandkids and talking with him, and he was telling me that Johnson & Johnson had redone their vaccine. I don't know if you've heard anything about that they've fixed the problem or something. And I was trying to look on the internet for Johnson & Johnson, and I think that I read that their vaccine is good for the new variant, but I read down farther, and it says, if you're on blood thinners or anything, you need to tell your doctor. So I'm thinking, well, Johnson & Johnson ain't going to be good for me then, is it?
Mm.
So, but I only got like 15 more days left, and I'm out of this country. But I'm the one that's been sending you all the news things, and it's like things are getting crazy here. I mean, the people that are doing awful things, the shootings, and I read the news story about Rochester, New York, that their shootings were worse than Chicago. And now you got Washington, D.C. that's having an uptick in shootings and killings and stuff. It's just, and the people are so brazen to commit crimes in broad daylight anymore. They're not scared of nothing.
Right.
So, but yeah, everybody's talking about making mandates and everything. So, you know, that's what's got me nervous. But if I'm going to get a vaccine, I'm going to make sure it's safe for me, right?
Exactly.
But
sure.
But you hear the news reports on this new variant, and it's like they're trying to say it's the non-vaccinated people. They're the ones that's causing all this problem. So now they're trying to force people to, not force, but, you know, start making people hear this news that, hey, we got to get rid of these non-vaccinated people, you know, start making us feel like it's all our fault. That's why everybody's getting, hey, if I get COVID and die from it, fine, that's my choice. But I'm not going to stick, like you said that one day about the M&Ms. You got a bowl full of M&Ms, and 10 of them might cause you to die. Would you eat from that bowl of M&Ms? And remember what you said?
That's that's the kind of the risk you're taking. You just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's
supposed to be a new vaccine. Have you heard about it yet? That Novak. Have you heard any more news about that new vaccine that they're still testing?
Not really. No, I have not.
Yeah, I heard something about it, but haven't heard any more yet on it. So, yeah, it's getting scary out here. Remember what the HHS secretary said? We need to put a stop to this disinformation about this COVID vaccine, right? That sounds like Cuba.
Oh, the only problem is who has the real true answers, because that's what we really don't know.
Yeah, and us being truck drivers, you know, we come in contact with people every day, different locations, California, all over the 48 states. And I have not got sick. I haven't caught COVID yet. So I'm sure that I would like to hear from people, you know, about this new variant, because I like to know Is it as bad as they say it is, or has anybody had the new variant and gave any reports? Because I haven't heard from anybody about this new variant. It's just what you hear about the news media saying there's an uptick. And really, but what do you mean? Is it really that severe? Is people dying from it? I don't know for sure, and I don't know whether we ever get the truth. Will we?
I haven't really been seeing any numbers. I mean, yeah, they are saying that there's more hospitalizations, and I guess the number of deaths are going up. I mean, at some point last week, I think they said that there were, 23,000 new COVID cases diagnosed per day over 3 consecutive days. That's, the numbers are going up. Now, in regards to your question about making some changes, I did see here a couple days ago, teams at Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca, and the University of Oxford are working with outside scientists to potentially modify their COVID vaccines to reduce or eliminate the risk of dangerous blood clots that have been linked to the shots. The research is in the early stages, but fast developing clues into how the clots form, driven in part by independent scientists in Europe, the U.S., and Canada, are actually boosting hopes of identifying the cause and maybe re-energizing the AstraZeneca shot by next year. It's not yet clear whether the 2 vaccines can be modified or whether it makes commercial sense to do so. Johnson & Johnson spokesman said that the company supports continued research and analysis as we work with medical experts and global health authorities. AstraZeneca has said they're actively working with the regulators, the scientific community, to understand these extremely rare clotting events, including information to drive early diagnosis and intervention and appropriate treatment. If you'll remember, back in April, the FDA and the CDC paused the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine linked to the rare cases of severe blood clots, but then they lifted the temporary hold after determining the benefits outweighed the risks, that sort of thing. Now, the AstraZeneca vaccine has not yet been approved for use in the U.S., it is being widely used in other parts of the world. The UK and Europe, where it has been extensively used, have recommended that younger people who are thought to be more susceptible to clots take a different vaccine. Separately, both the J&J and AstraZeneca vaccines are being scrutinized for links to Guillain-Barré syndrome. That's the immune system attacking the nerves. That they added the warning last week. The J&J vaccine, the warning label, a small but increased risk of the disorder. Right. Very, very small chances, but that's, hey, what about your 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million? What is it? All right, it's about 5 before the hour. You know what? Let's take care of that reset. I'm not sure. I mean, it says on my screen, alarm or truck mattress from Atlanta. Whoever that might be. You got a 410 area code. If you want to dial us back up in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, because otherwise you're going to get disconnected anyway. Here, take care of the phone reset. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. On. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here. Thanks for dialing us back up. It was actually Curtis who was on the line there in Maryland. Morning, Curtis. How are you?
I'll be all right, sir. Question. Didn't you get one of those truck mattresses from Atlanta for your bed?
The big rig. The big rig mattress from it's actually out of Dalton, Georgia. I believe it or not, funny you'd mentioned that. My wife had given me a message here, about 2 months ago, to give Brian Mathis a call. Apparently, he had contacted her, and I forgot to call him. And yesterday, I called him yesterday and left him a message. I think they're interested in getting back on with us, so maybe I'll hear back from him today. But it's the Big Rig mattress, and then they've got for your, they had just introduced for the home, here before the COVID hit, the current mattress where they're now making mattresses for the home, regular, full size, twin, king size, and all that for the everyday people.
Well, do you need a special box springs for that, or does it matter?
No, not a special box spring. Actually, we've got the mattress. We do not even have a box spring. We've got one of those, the beds that just like the board or whatever that kind of lifts up and down and whatnot. So just a solid base is all you have to have.
And for the shots, you don't need the shot. All you need is black seed oil and a coffee grinder. Well, black seeds, coffee grinder, and fennel seeds, not fentanyl, and corn seeds. Grind it and get your immune system up. That's all you need.
Hey, I know there's all kinds of different local honey, vitamin D. Vitamin D is supposed to be helpful to boost your immune system. You could do all those things. That's none of it's going to guarantee, though, that you're not going to get the COVID. But, if you do a quick, it's thebigrigmattress.com if you want to check his site out there.
So they sleep well, though.
I love technically the home mattress I'm on it's the current mattress. It's got a sleeker, better design. I don't know what people care so much about how pretty the mattress is, because first thing you're doing is you're going to put sheets over it, and cover it all up. But they had to go with the trend and make it look nicer and nice embroidered lettering and all that, like the other big guys do. But yes, it sleeps great. I love it.
Pretty don't matter. Sleep what matters.
Exactly. Pretty don't matter. That is 100% correct.
That should be a quote. Pretty don't matter.
Sleep does. All right, Curtis, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. There you go. We've got the phone reset taken care of. We got our final hour just ahead. 1 hour to get through, so jump on in here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Right now, though, our news update, top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue over a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package as a group of senators try to produce a bill that can be brought to the floor of the Senate this week. Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman saying on CNN's State of the Union Sunday that a provision to fund an expansion of the Internal Revenue Service for greater enforcement of tax laws was removed from the bill as part of those negotiations.
One reason it's not part of the proposal is that we did have pushback. Another reason is that we found out that the Democrats were going to put a proposal into the reconciliation package, which was not just similar to the one we had, but with a lot more IRS enforcement. So that created quite a problem because the general agreement is that this is the bipartisan negotiated infrastructure package and that we will stick with that. And President Biden, to his credit, said that we will not be renegotiating these items in the reconciliation package.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Officials say the largest wildfire currently burning in the country is now about the size of Los Angeles. Jeremy Scott reports.
The Bootleg Fire, burning in southern Oregon, is the largest wildfire in the U.S. It's just north of the California border and has scorched more than 476 square miles, an area about the size of Los Angeles. The fire has burned at least 67 homes and 100 outbuildings. Thousands more are threatened. Containment of the fire now at 22%. One of dozens of major wildfires burning across the West. Forecasters warning of dangerous fire weather through Monday in California and southern Oregon. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And 2 more Democratic members of the Texas House have tested positive for COVID-19. That brings the total number of cases to 5 among the group of lawmakers who left Texas last week in order to stop a vote on a controversial election reform bill. The Texas House Democratic Caucus says in a statement that the 2 members who tested positive were fully vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said this week that he wants to bring a nearly $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill to the Senate floor for a vote. However, a group of 10 bipartisan senators are still trying to piece an actual bill together after agreeing on a framework. The push for a vote coming as congressional Democrats are also looking at pushing a more than $3 trillion human infrastructure spending bill through using the budget reconciliation process. That's something Senator Lindsey Graham says is unsupportable. The South Carolina Republican tells Fox News that he's willing to borrow a strategy from Texas Democrats and leave Washington, D.C. to prevent a vote on that bill.
The reconciliation package is not infrastructure. It's big government, a liberal wish list, paid family leave, new social programs unrelated to infrastructure. So we'll see if they can get Democratic support. But before Republicans beat up on the Democrats in Texas for leaving Texas too much, if for some reason they pass reconciliation budget resolution to bring that bill to the floor of the United States Senate, the $3.5 trillion bill, you got to have a quorum to pass a bill in the Senate. I would leave before I'd let that happen. So to my Republican colleagues, we may learn something from our Democratic friends in Texas when it comes to avoiding a $3.5 trillion tax and spend package. Leave town.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, a little bit more on the COVID talk real quick, like here. New developments and looking at treatments and things aside from the vaccine. If memory serves, is remdesivir, is that one actually approved for use? I think that's the one they approved. They never actually approved, quote, the hydroxychloroquine. To date, I don't believe that the FDA said ivermectin. Is it like an authorized treatment for COVID patients? But more interesting research has been released. The anti-parasitic drug ivermectin could lead to large reductions in COVID deaths. Could have a significant impact on the pandemic globally. The American Journal of Therapeutics, a group of scientists reviewing the clinical trial use of ivermectin, which has antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties, 24 randomized controlled trials, more than 3,400 patients, looking at the efficacy of ivermectin in reducing infection or mortality in people with COVID or at a high risk of getting it. Hey, long story short, let's see, moderate levels of confidence the drug reduced the risk of death in COVID patients by an average of 62%. Now, for those already hospitalized with COVID, meaning you're pretty damn sick, people already hospitalized beginning a treatment with the drug, the risk of death was found to be 2.3% among those treated with the drug versus 7.8% for those who were not. Okay, this is already hospitalized, so you're probably a number of days already into the infection. They made it sound like the earlier you could start the regimen, the better the results would be. Moderate certainty evidence finds that large reductions in deaths are possible using ivermectin. Using ivermectin early in the clinical course reduced the numbers progressing to severe disease as well. Since the start of the pandemic, both observational and randomized studies have evaluated this drug for treatment and prevention. A review by the Frontline COVID Critical Care Alliance summarized findings from 27 different studies on the effects of this drug for the prevention and treatment of COVID infections, concluding ivermectin demonstrates a strong signal of therapeutic efficacy against COVID. Another recent review that concluded that ivermectin reduced deaths by as much as 75%, while noting that neither the National Institutes of Health in the U.S. nor the World Health Organization has recommended the use outside of clinical trials for use against the COVID. The Food and Drug Administration, in a note on why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID, warns that they've received multiple reports of patients who have required medical support and been hospitalized after self-medicating with ivermectin intended for horses. Isn't that the thing we were talking about many, many months ago? This is people that are trying to do their own thing, probably taking, if it's intended for use in a horse, what does a horse weigh versus your body weight? They're probably taking 10 times too much. You never self-diagnose or self-treat or self-medicate. It can cause serious harm. The World Health Organization back in March said the current evidence is that it is inconclusive. Until they get more information available, they only recommend to use it with clinical trials. But again, based on the clinical trial numbers, I'd say that's something I would request. Were I to come down with the COVID, and what was the other one that, what's the malaria drug? When you're talking about why so few people in like Africa had come down with COVID, it's because many of those people take a regular regimen of the anti-malaria drug, which apparently has quite the impact on preventing the COVID. But with that, let's get back to the calls here. Final hour underway. Lines available at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Okay, that's that chloroquine. I could never say it.
Hydroxychloroquine, is that the one?
Thank you.
Huh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it's been around. It's been around forever, before the First World War. So yeah, and if you remember, a big fan of it right now is that Democrat politician, a female in Detroit, who after she got desperately sick, went ahead and took it and got better, and that's when Trump was touting that everybody needs to take it or do something. Because remember what they were telling us. I mean, if you get sick, go home. Don't give you nothing. Just go home. If you get sicker, give us a call. And then they did the VA study. It didn't help nobody. They all died. They were giving it to people that was already sicker than a dog, and they were on the death's door anyway. So and then they said, well, this stuff don't work. The whole idea is to get it in you immediately. A lot of the doctors kicked offline for saying it. Said, I give it to my patients in 24 hours, they're breathing again. And that just started. I mean, you can be sick, but you got to be able to breathe. And once you're able to breathe, you can fight the infection better. So, yeah, that's aggravation. Hey, I've been jerking the chain on the fact checkers, and I'm having fun with it. I put up that Confederate flag picture, Confederate battle flag, picture. That guy that he's from Delaware, he's a Democrat, and I keep putting that up because I know the fact checkers can't take it down because all you have to do is type the guy's name in, and yes, he was arrested for being in the Capitol, and it's proof that there were people other than Trump supporters there.
Mm-hmm.
If I can find anything, a picture of the guy that was videotaping the woman getting shot. Now he's a BLM supporter and been convicted in previous protests with BLM, and he was instigating and verbally saying, "Let's tear this place down," type deal, trying to stir up the crowds. And even if I've seen the video, I've been waiting for it. It seems like they put it out even more. There's a young man wearing a Trump hat doing face-to-face with the Capitol Police that are just standing in line and yelling at them and say, "This is the people's house. Do something. Stop them from tearing it up." And they just stood there. I remember video seeing a whole bunch of guys busting the window. As you're looking at the Capitol building, the windows on the right-hand side, they were trying to bust out the windows right there. And a whole bunch of the crowd right there was hollering to the Capitol Police and pointing in that direction, yelling, "They're Antifa. They're Antifa." There's so much out there, pictures, video. the American people are not being allowed to speak. And Democrats are still trying to control that the idea that this was a, insurrection. They've at least dropped the armed insurrection because there was no proof of any weapons. But, I love that. I mean, every time I kept putting out the one with the 4 political women, including the vice president, Maxine Waters, I put that out, and they cover, fact checkers cover it. And if you read what it said, it took out of context. Yes, they put these women over top of this fire, the fire raging in behind them, but they all 4 said what they said. And on the comment section, all the fact checkers did was just make everybody that, after I posted it, made them, every but one of them mad, saying, I heard them say it. I heard them say it. And right now I put out COVID-19 Information Center has never expressed how many people have died from the shot or have gotten sick. And I've been waiting for them to put the COVID-19 Information Center up. Believe it or not, they did. And I'm just, I'm finding the things I can find. I mean, Tucker Carlson, I think, is the one where the guy was on there, and I don't know if it was like a guy he was talking to or he himself said, yeah, COVID is like a bowl of M&Ms. He said thousands of M&Ms. One is a poison pill. Are you willing to go ahead and are you going to take that, put your hand in that bowl and get that one poison or what? I put it up there, 20,000 M&Ms on my post, and one's poison. Enjoy. They didn't say anything about that. I absolutely just love putting out these. I find I try to get them to say something, so they'll put a block on it or a cover on it, that COVID, and then I'll have it behind. But Tucker Carlson put out 60,000 or 600,000 people have died from the shot. And then I'm assuming that might be before the COVID, because it come out. No,
it wasn't 600,000 have died from the COVID. I think the last number I saw was somewhere officially closer to 7,000 have died, believed to be linked to the vaccine in some form or fashion. But that's through the VAERS system. That's the self-reporting system, which they say only about 1 or 2% of actual cases actually get reported to it. So it's all a big underestimate. But no, I have not seen anywhere authoritative officially about how many have died from vaccines.
Okay. Yeah, I misread what Tucker said, but Tucker Carlson put that out there. So it's Eric, I'm telling you, they don't, but the COVID-19 Center doesn't indicate. They say, it's perfectly safe. It's been used for years. They never mention the fact that you might be that one. I mean, if you're willing to bury, like we've already heard a man that took the second shot last week, and his daughter said, now she's burying her father. I mean, he had a heart attack right away. Is it tied into it? Who knows? Right. I mean, who knows anything with all this stuff? Because, is the flu, is there another flu outbreak? Is that included in this new, what they call new variant? I mean, what's the flu situation happening? I mean, do we have a reason to not believe what the CDC is telling us? I mean, we have evidence. And, I'm going to do what Heatwave told me. I'm going to get me a posted no trespassing sign and make sure I got it written on it clearly. COVID-19 advisors, this means you.
They're gonna ignore that anyway.
Great show, brother.
No solicitation, no trespassing. Yeah, they already announced they're going to ignore the no solicitation because they're not soliciting. They're not trying to sell anything. Real quick, Grump chimed in this morning. I guess this is for Rainmaker. Steve, your caller talking about people that have got the vaccine who believe they're invincible and can't pass the virus to loved ones drives him crazy. People like him drive me crazy. I got the Johnson & Johnson. I did so for two reasons. One, I'm in and out of food warehouses on a regular basis, and they've been breeding grounds for COVID. And number two, if I do happen to again contract COVID or its variants, scientifically proven fact, symptoms and severity is greatly reduced by having the vaccine or by still having antibodies from having the virus itself. My wife and son both have heart conditions. And if my taking the vaccine increases the likelihood that it offers more protection against any variant, or the vaccine helps them to combat the virus, to me, the shot's worth taking. What is also a proven scientific fact is masks, if it's not N95 or greater, offers little to no protection for COVID. It's more of a feel-good prop than a useful tool. These cloth masks being sold in the truck stops and these blue paper masks are about as useless as Joe Biden. While this Delta variant may be more contagious, it is no more severe than the regular COVID strain. And in my opinion, and just my opinion, take the shot if you want it, wear a mask if you want it. But be influenced by your beliefs and your research and not by criticism or pressure of others. And above all, tell these powerful drunk governors to kiss it. That too is just my opinion. All right, there you go. Thank you, Grump, for checking in. Let your heart lead you. Let your conscience guide you, all right? Make your choice. Yeah, line's wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, switching gears. My. Tensions, global tensions. China, Taiwan, latest developments. Definitely more reason for concern. Chinese People Liberation Army and Navy held joint amphibious landing exercises Friday. One day after a second U.S. military aircraft landed on Taiwan in less than 2 months' time. The exercises in waters off the eastern province of the Fujian near Taiwan should be seen as warnings and a deterrent to the United States, as well as Taiwan secessionists, according to the newspaper report. An unidentified military expert saying more complex drills will likely be staged in the future. Yeah, again, an amphibious landing sort of drill, warning Taiwan. The drills follow the Chinese Defense Ministry's warning on Thursday that foreign planes entering the country's airspace without its approval will lead to serious consequences. A U.S. government aircraft landed at Taipei Airport Thursday morning for about half an hour. About all they've got in the report. Just what's going to be next with China and Taiwan. And we know it's all this is about testing the current administration. How far can we push the envelope? What's Joe going to do? Those sort of things. Meanwhile, in other industry headlines here, a coroner in South Carolina criticizing the state's transportation officials over the safety of a construction zone following an 8-vehicle pileup that killed 3 people last Thursday. The South Carolina Department of Transportation responded by calling out a truck driver for using the wrong lane. Shortly before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the southbound lanes of I-85 in Gaffney, South Carolina, the crash happened in one of the southbound single-lane chutes used on I-85 as part of a construction project as they work to widen the interstate. The local outlet reports that a semi rear-ended several vehicles, causing a chain reaction that ultimately involved 8 vehicles and sent 3 vehicles into the northbound lane. 3 people traveling in a van died as a result of the crash. 6 others taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, the Cherokee County coroner vehemently called out the single-lane chutes for being unsafe for drivers. His release says, quote, "These chutes should be called death traps. While state officials have endorsed them at 2 separate public meetings in Gaffney, I disagree with their being safe for motorists. It seems none of these officials are around to ride with me to knock on the doors of the next of kin to deliver the message of a loved one being killed in this maze of concrete. Something must be done immediately. We cannot lose more lives at the sacrifice of a road project." The South Carolina Department of Transportation responded with their own statement on the fatal crash, indicating that the truck driver was in a lane that was supposed to be used only by passenger vehicles. "We are working with law enforcement officials to gain a better understanding of the circumstances that led to this tragic crash. This project has been plagued by crashes throughout this work zone, including crashes like this one that involved tractor trailers traveling in lanes designed for passenger vehicles only. We will continue our efforts with law enforcement and local first responders to identify and implement additional measures designed to get motorists to slow down, pay attention, stay in the proper lane." So in other words, you've got a construction zone where you're going to have the split thing coming up. Yeah, a lot of the times it'll be 2 lanes that'll bear off to the right, then 1 with the barriers on both sides, right? Yeah, the trucks are supposed to not get in the chute, supposed to stay to the right. I would suspect if I had to wager a guess, that there's many drivers that cannot read the signs telling them which lane to not use or which lane to use because they cannot understand or read the English language. Just a guess. With that, though, we'll get a quick news break. Toll-free lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue over a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package as a group of senators try to produce a bill that can be brought to the floor of the Senate this week. Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman saying on CNN's State of the Union Sunday that a provision to fund an expansion of the Internal Revenue Service for greater enforcement of tax laws was removed from the bill as part of those negotiations.
One reason it's not part of the proposal is that we did have pushback. Another reason is that we found out that the Democrats were going to put a proposal into the reconciliation package, which was not just similar to the one we had, but with a lot more IRS enforcement. So that created quite a problem because the general agreement is that this is the bipartisan negotiated infrastructure package and that we will stick with that. And President Biden, to his credit, said that we will not be renegotiating these items in the reconciliation package.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of National Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of National Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or a sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. Close out the weekend. Good to have you with us here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now I'll get back to the calls. Is that you, Rainmaker?
Yes. I'll tell Trump thanks for giving his situation. It helps me make my decision. If I can hear from more truck drivers, more listeners, their experiences with COVID or things that they've gone through and maybe the people that they've talked to, the more that we talk, the more that it allows us to make our decision.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember back before COVID has hit America, the news that was coming out about China was pretty scary. The images, them burning bodies, and so many people was dying in China when it was first coming out in the first reports. And then, being a truck driver, I know how much Chinese people travel all over the world. So the spread of this COVID was going to be massive once it gets out, which it has. And, last year in 2020, my cardiologist, my mechanical heart valve I've had for 17 years last year, he told me that I think your valve's going bad. So he took me off work. I was at home waiting to reevaluate my heart valve in about 3 or 4 more months. And when he did the reevaluation, he said, yeah, your valve's going bad. You need to go see a surgeon. I went to see a heart surgeon, and the heart surgeon says, there's nothing wrong with your valve. It's the way it's supposed to work. So cardiologist says it's going bad. Heart surgeon says it's not going bad. So, hey, we got conflicting stories, reports from 2 different doctors. So you want to make sure that when you make a decision, it's the right decision,
Mm-hmm.
And that one lady that called in last week, was it Always Moving or
Yes.
I can't remember which lady it was.
Always moving, yes.
Had told you, was she the one that said that she had 3 friends that took the vaccine, and after they got the vaccine, that their blood count got messed up, their blood platelets or whatever messed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then when I researched that on the internet, I seen more and more reports about people having problems with their blood. Now, Grump said he took the vaccine because he's got family members that's got heart problems. So does his friends that have the heart problems, did they take the vaccine? He didn't say that or not. That would help me.
I'm pretty sure
find
they
out.
did. I would, if I had to venture, I'd say absolutely they did.
Yeah, because the more I find out, people that do, if they haven't had any side effects or any problems, and that would help me make my decision. Because my new cardiologist told me I should get it. But then, you just heard Heatwave talking about he's got this problem in his shoulder now. So the more that we talk amongst ourselves, the more it helps people like me that's got, in the beginning, I wanted to get the vaccine, but after finding out the side effects and different reports, now I'm kind of hesitant. I'm waiting to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because like we're just guinea pigs right now. We want to make sure that we do the right decision. So the more we hear, the more it can. So I hope that clarifies to Grump and all the other people. The news media are the ones that's trying to scare people, and that's all I'm talking about. It's like your major news networks, all you hear is the non-vaccinated people. They're the ones causing the problem now, non-vaccinated people. So let's find out the truth, right?
Very good, Rainmaker. Hey, thanks for dialing us back up. And it's good to have a good, honest, open debate, commentary. So here's an interesting one. And I think I shared something along this line a little over a week ago. Yeah, more vaccinated people are dying of COVID than unvaccinated people. This is in Europe now. The report showed that 163 of the 257 people who died within 28 days of a positive COVID test between February 1 and June 21 had received at least one dose of vaccine. At first glance, that may seem rather alarming, but they say that is exactly what would be expected. Here's a simple thought experiment. Imagine everyone is now fully vaccinated. Excellent. But it cannot save all lives. Some people who get infected will still die. All of these people will be fully vaccinated, 100%. That does not mean vaccines are not effective at reducing death. The risk of dying doubles roughly every 7 years older a patient is. The 35-year-old difference between a 35-year-old and a 70-year-old means the risk of death between those two different patients has doubled 5 times. Equivalency, it has increased by a factor of 32. An unvaccinated 70-year-old might be 32 times more likely to die of COVID than an unvaccinated 35-year-old. This dramatic variation of risk profile of age means that excellent vaccines do not reduce the risk of death for older people to below the risk from some younger demographics. Data suggest being double vaccinated reduces the risk of being hospitalized with the now dominant Delta variant by about 96%. Even conservatively assuming the vaccines are no more effective at preventing death than hospitalization, this means the risk of death for double vaccinated people has been cut to less than 1/20th of the value for unvaccinated people with the same underlying risk profile. However, the 20-fold decrease in risk afforded by the vaccine is not enough to offset that 32-fold increase in the underlying risk of death of a 70-year-old versus a 35-year-old. Given the same risk of infection, we would still expect to see more double vaccinated 70-year-olds die than unvaccinated 35-year-olds. There are caveats to that simple calculation. The risk of infection is not the same for all age groups. Right now, infections are highest in the youngest and lower in the older age groups. Still learning with each passing day, right? Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well.
How was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. Boy, they go by awful quick. Regular old short and sweet.
Yeah, no kidding. Did you get to use the pool?
Not really. Didn't get much time to get out there.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good weekend. Anyway, Steve, I was listening to the show tonight. I'm actually home tonight because I usually don't work on Sunday night, Monday mornings, but I want to thank Mike and Monkey Gouger, Chevy Guy, Poppy, and Pappy, actually, and others for positive comments on what went on Friday. So, Steve, I want to talk about a minute about the verbal attack towards me on your show on Friday. to this guy, Dave. You know, he might be friends with you, Steve, but he doesn't know who I am, what my values are, beliefs, religion, background, my character, whatever. So, Dave, if you got a problem with my comments or views or anyone else's for that matter on this show and cannot debate an issue with respect towards the other person, then tune out that person. You know, that's America. I've done this before. Steve, you had some callers back in the day on your old station. There was one particular caller, and I'm sure everybody knows who he is. He was an African-American gentleman. He was a total leftist, far left winger. Just degraded Donald Trump every day, every time he called.
Relentlessly.
You know who I'm talking about.
Relentlessly, yes, the
right?
minister.
Relentless. What I did was, Steve, when he would call into the radio station, I would just turn the volume down. And after 5 minutes, I'd turn it back up. When he was gone, I'd listen to your show again. That's what I did. I have no time for those kind of people because you cannot debate those people. You cannot reason with those people. So for this guy, Dave, who I do not know, and he doesn't know me, this is America. We've got choices and, most important, freedom of expression and ideas. And as American patriots and conservatives with values embrace different views and opinions. So do not attack me or anyone else who calls this program. You know, this is what far left activists and Marxists actually do because they don't agree with an individual. So they attack them. Now, Steve, I'm not angry with this man. I'm not going to get in a radio war on your station. That's the last thing I want to do. I've always been very respectful of everyone that calls into your station. If I disagreed with someone, I would respectfully, debate their opinion and give my opinion on it. That's just how I am. That's the kind of person I am. But for this guy, I just don't know, Steve. But all I was doing was expressing my views to the great American patriots who listen to this show, that stand against Marxism, who stand against law enforcement, with law enforcement and military, who stand and don't kneel for the great flag and our national anthem. This is what the whole point I was making about this NFL, BLM, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. They're supportive of each other. There's no doubt about it. It's out there. So, for this guy, Dave, if he's comfortable supporting the NFL, who supports a political terror group like BLM, then that's his problem, not mine. And if he feels guilty of that, and that's his issue, not mine. They're the ones that are sponsoring hate and racism and bigotry and anti-law enforcement, not me. So don't attack me for expressing my views on what I believe in, patriotism, and what I will not support. So what he said, about arrogance. So what comes off as arrogance, Steve, is passion for my country. And that's the bottom line. I've never verbally attacked anyone on your show. Never. And I never will.
Now, if memory serves, I think I guess his biggest complaint was he felt like you were trying to tell anyone who wants to go to sporting events or buy the tickets that they shouldn't do that you're trying to tell others what to do.
Steve, he can do whatever he wants. I have no problem with that. If he wants to go root for a team that's 0-10 or 0-11, I don't give a crap. But the thing is, my point is that we need to stand up against these Marxist corporations that are supporting these Marxist movements. They're all in, Steve. Mm-hmm. They're all in. And if you don't believe that, you're uneducated. You're just clueless on what's going on. and I sent you a link, an email on some links that people can go to see who's donating where. You know, restaurants, whether it be wholesale, retail, whatever you're doing. I'm not telling this guy what to do. I'm not telling any guy what to do, or any of your listeners. You know, this is just information, and if they want to use it, use it. But to attack me on my values and my beliefs is totally out of line. See, the name calling, Steve, is one thing. If he wants to debate me on a subject as far as the NFL, let him email me, call me, go on the show, and give his point of view. But to call me whatever names he called me, I didn't even, remember what the podcast said at the end, because it was just a bunch of nonsense. But there's no reason to attack somebody. See, this is what the leftists and the Marxists do, Steve. When they don't agree with you, they attack you. And I'm not going to be attacked for being a patriot, for standing up for America, for believing in what I believe in. This is a free country, freedom of speech. If he doesn't like what I say, if I burn his ass every time I say it, then he should just turn the volume down on the damn radio. That's my point. So I appreciate your listeners saying the same thing, because this guy needs to grow up.
Well, I did share several emails, and I did share the fact that I kind of figured you'd have something to say, but all right. So yeah, I said, I kind of take a little bit of the blame, because I guess maybe I should have intervened and said something along the lines of let's just talk about why you don't agree, and because he did try to express why he supports the team. They do this good and they do that good. To which I said, well, I can donate to all those things without supporting the NFL, but it's all choices we get to make, right?
Exactly, Steve. And you brought that up to him. If you want to donate to the girls club, boys club, Little League baseball, whatever, go ahead and do it. Don't depend on anyone else to do it for you. You're going to give your hard-earned money to the NFL to expect, oh, well, they'll donate to this charity or that charity. No, do it yourself. But if they believe in, what this BLM political terror organization is, what it is exactly. If you go back to, if you would listen to Bongino's podcast on Friday night, he would hear exactly what Dan Bongino says about BLM. So it's not just me, Steve. It's very smart, intelligent, conservative people who have a lot of facts about this organization. Whether it's Bongino, Levin, Hannity, every one of them. So if the NFL is going to support anti-American, racist, hateful, bigotry, anti-police, I'm not supporting that.
Right.
And that's my view. If he wants to buy season tickets to the whatever he supports, I don't even know what football team it was, but that's up to him. Waste your money. I don't care. But I'm just giving, the people that listen to your show, most of them are conservative. They're patriots. They don't believe in this crap. And there's different avenues we can take. And one of them is to boycott this crap that's in our face every day. We've talked about it. Look at what the MLB, Steve, 8 million viewers for the All-Star game compared to 30 million in 1980s. That'll tell you something right there, Steve.
They're definitely taking a hit, and I don't know how much of that has to do with the fact that they moved the game, which, Dave also did not agree with that. That was a stupid move to make because election integrity laws, they said is racist. Yeah. But all right, Steve, I'm going to jump ahead real quick here. Larry wanted to get through Friday morning with the Your Opinion Matters movement.
Well, I'll tell you what, I tried to call in Friday and the lines were busy. I guess they were hot after all that crap had happened. But, I agree with Steve to the point. We can debate the a taste of an ear of corn all day long, whether it was good, sweet, whatever. But what happens a lot of times, people get frustrated because your belief is different than mine, and then the name calling starts to come out. It's like the toughest thing to do is ask somebody's opinion, but then be wise enough to listen to it, because that's their opinion. And to Steve's point, we all have that freedom of our own opinion. Most of us, I don't know, we've done something positive in our lives, just like the guys that have all won the Walter Payton Award. Look at all the wonderful stuff that they have done. But that same person may turn around and vote for the Black National Anthem. I'm sorry, I don't buy into that. The national anthem is the national anthem for all of us. There isn't a black, there isn't a Spanish, there isn't a hillbilly national anthem. It's a national anthem. So I don't buy into any of that crap. Steve's point. My thing when I sent you that email was that, you ask somebody's opinion or you listen to somebody's opinion. That's their opinion. Don't name call them because you disagree with that opinion. It's crazy. Steve, we were talking earlier about the COVID stuff. I will be 70 years old August the 9th. And I had COVID, as you know, in July. I had the Moderna shots, both of them. Both shots that I got, the only thing that happened to me was the next day I was very lethargic. Never run a fever, nothing like that, but I just was tired. Excuse me. Took off work those 2 days after the shots, but that's it. Now, statistically, where do I fit? The statistics doesn't matter. The reality is that every one of our immune systems, every one of our bodies are different. And the fact is, I am going to die someday.
Sure.
So statistically, I'm going to be somebody who dies who had the COVID shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it directly related to the COVID shot? We're not going to know ever. And the research for COVID is going to go on and on and on for 10 years. And there's going to be these epiphanies 3 years from now, 5 years from now, that, oh my gosh, look at this statistic, look at that one. At the end of the day, taking a shot or not taking a shot is a personal opinion that the person has to make.
And a personal,
like so many other things in our lives.
And I've been trying to do my best to share both sides of the story. That I like what I just shared about the vaccination, and once everybody's 100% vaccinated, there's still going to be people that will die from the COVID. But I got a roll right there, Larry. My clock says it's 5 a.m. Eastern time, so we close it out. Thank you so much. Good show, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I missed a couple of callers. Big Ed, I think, was on the line. Give us a call tomorrow night. We need you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.